go to town.
It's different this time.
That's so district. I have a very big bubble, so this is really cool. And he is currently considering whether or not he wants to go into aeronautics. I'm not quite sure about that because he would prefer to pursue his passion and monetizing that and getting revenue. But he is not confident that he will have the following to be able to monetize his passion.
Well, the good news is, well, at least we can get started with that later, but I mean, she did send an email reminder. And I did talk to him about what time we're starting now. I did talk to him today and specifically say 5:30. So he just must be, I think we can get started. He's later in the presentation.
Nope.
I can
I'm telling you, that's a Pittsburgh thing.
Yeah, I know his part.
Everybody's like, why don't you like me?
Change the scenery.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, she mentioned that on the. Okay.
Are you taking time?
Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order. First of all, I'd like to call upon Dr. Watts to begin the work session.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, President Hamada, members of the board, Ms. Holly, staff, and friends. I would like to call Chief Israel Vela to the podium, and he's already there to introduce our esteemed leaders and share some important work that's taking place within our schools and our school improvement plans.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, members of the board, President Hamada, Dr. Watts, Ms. Howley. I want to start by framing our work session around the process for improving student learning in the Kent School District. 20 years ago, as principal of Meridian Elementary, I had the privilege of sharing with our then KSD board my school improvement plan, which was titled Student Academic Achievement Plan. Maya might remember that. At that time, we were aligning ourselves with the requirements of No Child Left Behind. Fast forward 20 years, we have now transitioned to the Every Student Succeeds Act, which replaced the No Child Left Behind on December 10th, 2015. It is the reauthorization of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. ESSA became fully operational in school year 2017-18. Since then, OSPI has been in the process of implementing the law, beginning with the identification of schools for comprehensive and targeted supports in the Washington School Improvement Framework, including the process for school improvement planning and accountability. When we moved from No Child Left Behind to the Every Student Succeeds Act, all Washington State districts needed to have, as part of their district and school improvement plans, by September 1, 2019, and annually thereafter, adopted district-wide performance improvement goals for measures included in the Washington State School Improvement Framework. Our KSD strategic plan goals were adopted as district-wide performance improvement goals on May 25, 2016, in alignment with the Washington School Improvement Framework. I wanted to now introduce our Executive Directors for Learning Improvement, Dr. Wade Behringer, Dr. Christine Avery, and Patty Drobny, who will be leading us through our work session today. Christine?
Good evening. What we're going to do tonight, the learning target we have, is we will be introducing the school improvement plans, which we commonly refer to as SIPs, and focusing in on the actual process we use to develop our SIPs. And therefore, we will be focusing in on 5 sections of the SIP that are the most robust areas involving stakeholders and processes.
Great. At this time, I'd like to introduce 4 of our 41 amazing principals that we have in the Kent School District who will be sharing various sections of our school improvement planning process with you. First off, in no particular order, Kentwood Principal Samantha Ketover, Scenic Hill Elementary Principal Harjeet Sandhu Fuller, Pine Tree Elementary Principal, Dr. Dana Steiner, and Mill Creek Middle School Principal, Scott Haynes.
I guess.
Oh, and the next part's mine too. Why do we have the school improvement plan? As Israel had stated earlier, it is part of law. Every Student Succeeds Act expects this and is requiring it. Title I, Part A of school-wide programs, as well as OSPI. We also have an opportunity last year to transition to the consolidated school improvement plan that is required for our title schools, which are 10 of our schools here in the Kent School District. We decided as an executive director group that we felt that if this was good for 10 schools, an in-depth consolidated school improvement plan, it was good for all of our schools. And so all 41 of our schools use the consolidated school improvement plan.
So what you will be hearing from our principals today is more about the specifics around the school improvement plans. As Wade mentioned, we follow the OSPI requirements for that, so you'll hear about that this is every year a process that we do, starting with the needs assessment, and we have people giving specifics, like I said, about that. It is data-driven. You'll hear more about which data points they use for that. It is a continuous improvement process, so it really is a draft at all times. So what you're seeing now could still get changed when the schools meet with their learning improvement teams and see that something needs to be tweaked. They are allowed to do that, and we encourage that because it keeps the document alive. And it includes active participation and input from all stakeholders. And so at the elementary level, the student voice sometimes looks, well, it always will look a lot different than it will at the high school level, but we do seek to get that, but it will include community, parents, and staff on that. And then it is, like I said, it's a continuous improvement process. So we do follow what is known as best practice by OSPI and what we already do in our schools, which is a Plan, Do, Study, Act. So throughout the year, the schools will look at the goals that they set, the strategies that they establish for those goals. They'll check the data and the progress on those. They'll make tweaks based on the success or where they feel like maybe they need to shore up some things. So it is a continual process throughout the year.
So this evening, we're going to be focusing on sections 5, 7, 8, 9A, 9B, and 10. And the reason why we're focusing in those areas is the other sections that are on the not included list are mostly just data entry and not really emphasizing the process that we want to introduce to you this evening. The first section we want to do a deep dive into is section 5, which in the Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle, it falls under the plan category, and it's really focusing on the needs assessment that our schools go through to identify where they're going to focus for the upcoming school year. And so to dig deeply into this section, Samantha Katover from Kentwood will be describing her process.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share and unpack Section 5, the Plan and Needs Assessment. School improvement planning is a cyclical process that actually cycles from one year to the next and connects years to each other. For example, at this point in the year, schools are not only implementing and adjusting this year's plan, but we are also actively planning for next year. As we conclude a school year and move into the summer months, building leadership teams will dedicate time to review all of the data available relating to the school's performance. At Kentwood, for example, we review the data available through the OSPI report card, as well as data that is available through our district-developed and maintained principal data dashboards. During the summer, we spend time reviewing and setting priorities based on that data, and we also make our plans to engage with our staff at the workshops that are scheduled to occur before the school year begins with the students. I refer to these as our pre-service days or our August workshop days. An example of this work during the workshop days from Kentwood would include the planning for our staff to engage in what we call a data carousel. That data carousel is an activity, actually a series of activities, which allows staff to engage with and review our building's data before the school year begins. And data that is included in that examination include our ESSA, or our Washington School Improvement Framework Panel, our enrollment and demographic data, English language learner levels, enrollment by ethnicity in rigorous courses, English language arts and math smarter balanced assessment or SBA data, discipline and attendance data, grade distribution data, and also graduation rates from 2013 through the present. So then, beginning in September, the work and reflection continue as our curricular leaders, that team, and our PTSA, as well as our students, families, community partners, and even surrounding businesses give input and feedback into the aspects of our plan. An example of that process reflected in Kentwood SIP is the development and construction of our building-wide expectation system, which is called the K-Way. We work collaboratively as a community to name our core values: trustworthiness, responsibility, equity, and kindness, and we are currently engaged in determining what these values look like, feel like, and sound like in all of the spaces at Kentwood. Throughout the year, we then implement and monitor our plans. You'll hear more about that later. And we implement and monitor these plans and strategies that grew out of our needs assessment. And in Kentwood's case, this includes but isn't limited to our building-wide professional development plan, our teachers work within their professional learning communities, or PLCs, our advisory time, which we call CONC time, and also our after-school support program called CONCs for Success. So thank you again for the opportunity to share and unpack this section of the school improvement plan, as well as looking at those specific examples from Kentwood's context.
Thank you, Samantha. Continuing along with the plan, do, study.
Can we ask questions as we go along so we don't forget, or we're going to go through the whole thing?
We're going to go through the whole thing. We have some pieces that we might, but please write them down.
Okay. Thank you.
Continuing with the Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle, focusing still on the plan portion. Goal setting is section 7. All of our schools who write SIPs, which are all of our schools, have an ELA, English Language Arts, and a math goal. And then depending on the grade level, they have either a community engagement or partner or a parent engagement goal or a graduation rate goal. So with that said, I'd like to introduce Harjeet, principal at Scenic Hill, who's going to share with her section 7.
Good evening. For section 7 of the school improvement plan, goal setting, goals need to be developed to assess the effectiveness of the improvement efforts. This requires members of the school improvement team to have a clear understanding of the gaps called out in the needs assessment while acknowledging the areas of strengths to build from. Next, SMART goals are needed to be developed in the areas of English language arts, math, and parent engagement. SMART goals are specific and clearly stated, measurable and based on formative and summative assessment data, attainable and realistic, related to student achievement and performance, and time-bound. In addition to writing SMART goals, the school improvement team needs to determine if the goals are going to be based on growth or proficiency. Growth goals measure the points of growth students make over time, whereas proficiency goals identify the percentage of students that are meeting the goal. Our goal for ELA and math are written as proficiency goals at Scenic Hill, as we recognize a significant gap that existed when comparing our SBA data to the state and district averages. We further realized that in order to close the gap, we needed to write a rigorous goal and therefore determined that a 10% increase in proficiency each year on the SBA would allow us to narrow that gap. As for the parent engagement goal, we felt that it was important to establish a parent advisory that mirrored the demographics of our students in order to have a true voice at the table when discussing school improvement efforts. In closing, when developing goals for the school improvement plan, the essential part of the process is to ensure the key stakeholders are involved in developing the goals and there's a system for monitoring progress of those goals.
Okay, thank you. Section 8 speaks to the strategies that the schools set. They look at high leverage strategies to set both short and long-term goals and progress monitor those goals. And some of the resources they use for that are KSD adopted resources. They use the OSPI manual best practices to determine those. And to tell us more about that is Dr. Dana Steiner, principal at Pine Tree.
Good evening. Section 8 is really the action part of the plan. As Samantha mentioned before, the school improvement plan really is a cyclical process that evolves from one year to the next. At the end of the 2018-19 school year, Pine Tree reflected on all of our school-wide initiatives, including academics, behavior, attendance, equity, parent involvement, all of which are components of the SIP plan. As a staff, we identified what went well in each area as well as how we could continue to improve each area. The information was then compiled and shared with Pine Tree leadership team. Over the summer, the leadership team collaborated and identified a point person for each of the school-wide initiatives. The point person for each initiative created a detailed action plan for each of the initiatives based on both school-wide data and staff feedback. Each plan included a theory of action, activities to help us meet the goal, a timeline for implementation, progress monitoring, and any additional materials that may be needed to support the implementation of that initiative. This information was then shared back with our school improvement team for feedback and adjustments prior to starting the year. On our first day back, as we talked about earlier, on our first day back in August, the plan was shared with our school improvement plan was shared with staff and with community members later on through PTO meetings, as well as we shared our plan with community partners like Somali Youth and Family and our Communities and Schools partners as well.
Section 9A is the study portion of the Plan, Do, Study, Act sequence. This requires the looking at and identifying the collected evidence to use for progress monitoring of the strategies in Section 8 that Dana just spoke of. To share a little bit more about Section 9A is Harjeet again from Scenic Hill.
So Section 9A of the School Improvement Plan, Monitoring Progress, provides school improvement teams with the opportunity to predetermine how the progress of each goal is going to be measured and if adequate progress is being made. Our school improvement team decided analyzing iReady data as it measures 3 times a year how students are doing in the areas of reading and math. We also decided that the IRLA, the Independent Reading Leveled Assessment, would be a good indicator of how students are doing in reading as student progress is assessed on a weekly basis. Finally, the school improvement team determined the need to implement the Plan, Do, Study, Act process to monitor student achievement in 15-day cycles for the areas of ELA and math. These short PDSA cycles allow us to monitor student progress while providing timely, targeted interventions for students. As for our parent engagement goal, when developing our plan, the school improvement team felt strongly that the members of the parent advisory needed to determine the metrics by which they would measure their success. At this point, the parent advisory has met 3 times, and their next step is to facilitate a community cafe to hear from parents, staff, and students in order to develop a plan of action and determine the metrics by which they will measure their success.
Thank you, Harjeet. So 9A, what Harjeet just shared with you, is really what they do prior to launching their school year, identifying the metrics they will use to progress monitor their goals and strategies. 9B is the mid-year check of those metrics. And so all of our schools in the month of January did this mid-year check. And so right now I'm going to have Dana talk about what that process looks like.
At Pine Tree, we meet every week with our leadership team to determine how we are implementing our action plan or our school improvement plan. We check that our non-negotiables are in place, that the activities that we stated would happen are happening, and we examine lots and lots and lots of data from IRLA, iReady, phonics screener, unit assessments, common assessments, SBA data, and we also talk about any barriers that may be getting in the way of our students learning, all students learning at high levels. Additionally, each grade level meets bi-weekly with the leadership team to review their long-range plans, analyze common assessment data, and ensure that every student is growing and progressing. This process also occurs after every round of iReady assessments, mid-year, and after we come back from, or at the end of every 2 weeks, sorry. The summarization of all these meetings is captured in Section 9B by the school improvement team. Once the team has accepted the final copy, it is then shared with our staff, PTO, and community partners.
Thank you, Dana. So 9B and 10 really happen at the same time. So in the Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle, Section 10, Adjust, is the action that comes from the process, the mid-year review. And so Scott, our Mill Creek Middle School principal, is going to share with you what he is currently and recently, he's been involved in many meetings, in the process of looking back to Section 8, all of his actions and activities he set up to do, comparing that to 9B, which was the evidence that he mid-year evaluated, and he's in the process of making that decision. Do we need to tweak anything, add anything, or remove anything? So go ahead and share with us your experience, Scott.
That's great. This is the one opportunity where a lot of meetings are good, because it's always good to meet with your community partners and your administrative team and a lot of other stakeholders in your school, including our parents and our student voice, as well as our business partners, and as I mentioned, our community partners. So our team at Mill Creek is actually the SIT team. We are sitting, but it's actually the school improvement team. And so again, it's made up of about 12 of our really important stakeholders that represent all of the folks in our Mill Creek community. So in the Plan, Do, Study, Act, it's also synonymous to act with adjust. And as this section indicates, this is our opportunity to where the rubber hits the road to really fine-tune where we are mid-year. In a dramatic improvement, I think, from years past where it might be a year-long static document and it wasn't really revisited very many times. So I really like this, and it's also a chance in a purposeful, meaningful way to get to meet with our community partners, students, and our parents and our teachers and admin team, again, to really look at where are we and how are we doing with regards to what we'd set out to do at the start of the year. So as Sam mentioned, this is in section 5, this brings it full circle so that we're able to make those adjustments and inform our needs assessment, not just at mid-year, but for the end of the year going into the next school year. So if you have that much insight, you can hopefully have your long-range plan really playing out in incremental steps. So the intentional checking along the way is really important, and this information at Mill Creek that we received mid-year informed us quite a bit. So a couple of examples. We looked at our math growth through our iReady and data dashboard, principal data dashboard information and data. So we were able to know that some of our more struggling math students still needed further interventions. So we were able to look at our budget, also look at the needs of where those students were at, and be able to get an online math intervention tool. And that was something we brought on mid-year. So that's a great example of why we do this. We also found out that our struggling readers that were really struggling in phonetic awareness, phonetics, sight words, those things, we were able to bring in an intervention tool that brought them from the lower grade levels up to where they could be functioning in core classes with additional support. So that, in addition to collaborating with our feeder partners and some great mentors for me at this table, I was able to really work on some of the lowest level interventions for our lowest struggling readers. So that was insightful and great to be able to be a part of this process. The other, additionally to that, we were able to look at an iReady lessons that supported us as well. We already have the assessments 3 times a year. We're coming up on our 3rd one. So this allowed us to really look at how we can work with them and use our academic interventionist to work with students in that capacity. So really it comes down to 4 times per year that you're monitoring, making adjustments. And so we take the adjust category very serious at all of our schools, but it makes this a living, breathing process, as well as our SIP plan being a living, breathing, school improvement plan being a living, breathing document that helps us really make adjustments and function.
Thank you, Scott. And thank you to our 4 principals who are finishing up a very long day and joining us here to share these important steps and processes of the school improvement planning process with you. As we kind of close out this evening, sharing with you the OSPI celebrations of 2018. As you probably know, the state is usually a full year behind in its recognition of our schools at the state level for those that are winning awards. And I think it's fitting that we have a work session tonight and we can share with you our Kent School District award winners from 2018. George T. Daniel Elementary, Kent Mountain View Academy, Meridian Elementary, Ridgewood Elementary, and Sawyer Woods Elementary. All of our schools work extremely hard, and the SIP process, the school improvement process that was just described to you from our 4 principals, is a big part of why our schools are able to win these awards and be recognized at the state level.
I just wanted to add, before we leave that slide, some key words that you see there. One of them is specific is growth. You heard from my opening, moving from No Child Left Behind to where we are today. No Child Left Behind was mainly punitive, and we would review on a yearly basis, and President Hamada might remember AYP status. And after a year, either you improved or you didn't, but after a year, things changed. And so the great thing about where we are today, and I point out growth, it is, we're now looking at a 3-year period where schools can now say, here's our baseline, which we started in 2014, 15, became that all the way through 2017 is when we looked at, okay, the state was now trying to get in line with what the law said we now needed to do. In addition to that, you also heard Dr. Berenger talk about this template. I can tell you, having been in several districts, that districts struggled to decide whether they would only be focusing on those title schools because of that Title I funding. And we believe that all of our schools, and I know this to be true, collect federal funding, but not just Title I, but Title I is one that is focused. But I wanted to bring your attention to that, in that many people, practitioners I call them, from around the state, joined the state on the consolidated program team, which gave input to the state's consolidated program plan that went to the Department of Ed. And one of the final pieces was, what's accountability going to look like? Well, we don't want it to be this, that you're a failing school. We want it to be where we can measure the growth, measure what we're doing over a period of time. And so I just bring that to attention, that we have growth happening out there, albeit small in some cases, but growth is what we're looking for. So with that, we'd like to open it up for additional questions. And you have our 4 principals here, so you can really dig deep into what they do around school improvement planning.
Director Bowman? Director Bettinger?
I have lots of questions. So I always like to see when I've seen this before, and I haven't seen the board voting on this in board docs since 2016, when there was a vote to approve. And then I was looking at the Washington Code, the WACs, and it looks like the plans were supposed to be approved by the plans were supposed to be approved by 9/15/2019. And so I'm just wondering when the previous board voted to approve that.
So the September 1st date in 2019 is when all districts needed to be prepared with improvement goals as a district, as well as having school improvement plans. We have school improvement plans each year. Remember, the state was still trying to get behind what the law says in ESSA,
Right.
what I mentioned before. So the goal was to get there, including the accountability system. The Office of Systems of School Improvement still was making changes around the template itself. And so we have been keeping up to date, in compliance, if you will, with those pieces. Because
Okay.
September 1 does not even make sense with what you heard today, and I'll love to have a principal share in terms of, you would approve a plan that's cyclical because of what they do on a cyclical basis. So
Yeah, I hear that, and I still, again, it's about law and policy, and the WAC was adopted, and you saying that the district's strategic plan was approved May 2016, but then the state didn't even receive Federal Department of Education approval until January 16th, 2018. So my question is how did we ensure that our strategic plan fit what OSPI had approved by the federal government in 2018? And then, again, I'm just trying to make sure that we're fulfilling our duties to have a vote I've printed out all the WACs.
I'm familiar with it.
I've seen these strategic plans before, or these school improvement plans before. It looks like we kind of stopped showing it to the public in about 2017. But like I said, I just want to make sure I read as many of them as I could, and it looks like all our principals are doing an amazing job of keeping track, and I am really pleased with that. I just want to make sure on a district level that we're following all the laws.
Absolutely. One of the pieces I didn't share is that I sat on that consolidated program planning team from the state, and one of the pieces that we brought up was we need to move from compliance to achievement and growth and measures that we've talked about. And that is what all the practitioners mentioned. Please allow us to get to that point. That September 1 date is for us to do that. And it's not a district improvement plan. Under NCLB, we actually, and I think Director Venkatasalam, you remember, we actually had to have a written one which we would turn in. That's under the previous act. We no longer have to do that. Well, we have to have our improvement goals as a district. And those are the strategic plan goals that we have through 21. So from a compliance state, I work very closely with Gail Powley, who is the Assistant Superintendent of Special Programs and Federal Funding Programs. And so compliance is not the issue. It really is about the meat of what our principals are talking about today.
But the law requires that we have that vote approved by September 1, 2019. That's all I'm saying.
And what I'm saying is I've been in contact with that superintendent, assistant superintendent, and we're fine with the process we've been doing. By the way, these school improvement plans have been posted every year to our public, so they have been made public.
I know, I've seen them. I'm just saying, want to make sure, because we're going to have a vote tonight, and I want to understand why it doesn't meet that deadline.
So I want to clarify something, and that has to do with the fact that in the past we've had a robust discussion around SIP plans, one of which is that the plans are so expansive, complicated, and time-consuming to review in terms of the details and to hold our principals accountable for everything that is said there when it is actually changing throughout the year. We made a decision as a board to not approve the SIP plans, but rather to accept the SIP plans. That's to give some opportunity for the district to be more flexible in the changes that would need to be made throughout the course of the year. But we have approved the strategic goals as a board. We just haven't gone to the point of approving the SIP plans, and that was very intentional.
But tonight, we're going to be asked to approve this.
No, we are actually accepting. If you read the title, it says acceptance, not approval of that particular.
And I appreciate the clarification as well. The word acceptance and the importance of a word, it denotes that the improvement plans are so complex and fluid. So our goal with ESSA is to make sure that we're improving, and that's why growth is so important. That's the only measure that's within our control. We start where we are. Our goal is to continue moving forward. If we approve them, by definition, we're saying that the actual plan itself is fixed, and that if anything else happens after that, then we'd have to approve it again and again and again. And the idea of acceptance means that we're accepting the process as is, with the understanding that approval for the overall process would take place this evening.
Just wanted to follow up. Thank you, Director Venkatasalam. You are correct in that. Further oversight for the compliance piece is the Consolidated Program Review Team, and that's an OSPI. The LEA, a local education agency, is the one that oversees the compliance pieces, and we will be going through that next year, and that's why the conversations that we have with not just Gail Pauley, but a lot of the administrators that provide support around the compliance piece so that we are on the right track. Again, the key for us is really about what's happening in the schools every day around school improvement planning and what we're seeing as far as growth as it relates to the accountability system we now have in place.
I'd just like to add a comment. One thing I really appreciate about the school improvement plan process and that it's on our new universal websites that are fantastic. People can navigate those. It's consistent by schools. I've had a ton of comments from some of our community partners and our business partners that they've been able to go there and see the school improvement plan. And because it's a forward-facing document, it ups the game for us to make sure we're doing a good job communicating with our families, our community, and anybody that wants to take a look at what we're doing at our school. And the fact that we've really simplified these to really put the meat and potatoes in them has been just a real added value. But the communication's been easier for our families. We had 487 surveys done at our student-led conferences, and one thing that they said a lot was they appreciated they could read that, see that. It was there, it was accessible, and they had a better scope of what was going on in our school. So I applaud our communications team and web folks that put it out there and make that consistent.
Other questions?
I have questions. Were you finished, Director Berenger? Yes, okay. So my questions, it was interesting to hear all of your differing steps that you take within your schools. And my first question was really to Principal Sarjeet Sandhu Fuller, excuse me. And I'm curious, but I noticed you made a special point of saying that you're looking at proficiency and not growth. And so I wondered, how many principals use that kind of ideology and say, well, I don't want to look at growth, I want to look at proficiency. And like, at what point do you say that that is going to be the priority and not growth?
Well, it's not that we don't look at growth. Growth is the pathway to proficiency, but with this being a forward-facing document and recognizing we're being compared against other schools, as well as the district and the state, that we decided as a staff, in order to really make adequate yearly progress, internally we would measure growth, but externally we would offer how we're doing in regards to proficiency standards. So we're doing both, but in regards to this document, our school improvement team felt strongly that we wanted to close that gap, and we wanted to take on a rigorous goal and really challenge ourselves to narrow that gap and really make a commitment to making some improvement efforts for our students so that we're having that success for all of our kids. And that's always going to be in front of us as a goal, and we want to achieve it, and we want to be comparable to the district and state and really be a shining light and a guide for our community to say that we're taking this on as a challenge.
Thank you. I really appreciated that.
I only wanted to add that actually, if you look at the accountability framework, there are actually 7 indicators. Proficiency or growth are the first ones. We have graduation, attendance. We have English language learner progress, which, as you know, we have more than 20% of our students qualify for English language services. That's also an indicator. We have 9th grade on track, and obviously not in middle school. We also have dual credits for a total of 7 indicators. And as I mentioned earlier, growth is the key. How are we measuring growth against what we're doing as an intervention? What are we providing? And that's what I think our principals have tried to share more what they're doing with their school improvement teams. So.
Okay, so I have 3 more, and I'll just lump it all up. Regarding parent engagement, I heard that in the elementaries you have that parent engagement goal, but in the high schools you have the graduation, and it seems like it's intertwined. And so I'm not quite sure how that works, if you could address that. And then the other thing was about differentiation. I read particularly at Mill Creek, and then I read what's happening at Scenic Hill, and it seems like there's an issue with how we define differentiation, and particularly when I read Mill Creek's, I was part of that whole middle school transition committee way back in 2004, Kent Junior High, Israel knows, and we actually brought to the board the word differentiation, in 2004, and nobody knew what that meant. And so when as I'm reading this, I'm thinking to myself, it feels like it's still an issue where teachers are not all either getting the PD or, there's a different way of how we're assessing differentiation. So if you could address that. And then finally, I had a question about budgeting and the budget. I loved the way since here. I love the way the budget is laid out in these SIP plans, and I had to kind of wonder, is there a way we can get that laid out for all of our schools so we can kind of see what are the needs for each school, what are the resources for those schools, and how we're using it. And I thought that would be really, really helpful for us as a board to make decisions when it comes to the values, we want to place in the schools and how we really address differentiation as well. So that's a lot, but if anybody wants to respond, that would be great.
I'll jump in, and I'll then defer to, since the high school piece is the graduation requirement, graduation rate and the parent engagement. For years prior to adopting the consolidated school improvement process from OSSI and OSPI this year, there were 4 goals for secondary schools: ELA, math, parent engagement, graduation. So now there are 3. So much like you said, the parent engagement piece sits within the graduation piece. So there are pieces within that because, again, as you're increasing the graduation rate or your goals of graduation rate, you need parent support, parent partnership within that. So whether it's communication or them being involved in various things within your school to have a deeper ownership and understanding of the learning, how they can support their kids, that's where that kind of lives. It's specifically called out at the elementary level as a parent engagement goal. Now, you also could have more than 3 goals. We've just decided as a district that it's better to focus on a few than get so big where you got 6 or 7 goals and then it's really hard to effectively monitor that and grow efficiently. I don't know if Sam wants to speak a little bit to.
Yeah, I was actually piggybacking off of what you were saying in terms of how parent engagement is woven into the efforts towards supporting students to graduation. What we found at Kentwood is we really spend a lot of time looking at how we are building our systems so that those systems have good internal and then external communication. So an example of that, we have a team that meets on a weekly basis, and we take a look at where our seniors are in terms of their progress to graduation. We also take a look at our other grade levels as well, but we really focus on those seniors, and we've built out some very specific steps within our collaborative teamwork to make sure that we are engaging parents at key times. So for example, if we are noticing in a student's progress to graduation that we're really concerned that on-time graduation is going to be an issue, what we will do is go ahead and make sure that we are either inviting parents into the school, parents and families into the school, or we will perform a home visit to go and see the families to talk about different options. And so again, there are just layers and layers of things that we're doing to really try to make sure that we're engaging parents not only along the way as students are going, and there's that communication and all of the skyward communication and parent-teacher conferences and all of the times you can come in and meet with teachers individually if you want to, but then also systematically, what are we doing to make sure that we're monitoring the students' progress, and what are we doing to intervene in a very systematic way.
And the reverse is true too. Graduation actually starts at kindergarten. So I just sent a PowerPoint out to the schools for kindergarten orientation. The first slide is welcoming the graduates of 2033. So the parent engagement opportunities we have in elementary always speak to when they graduate from high school too.
And I'll make the first attempt to address your question about differentiation. So I think what I heard you ask is, this is not new. This is not a new instructional strategy, and yet we're still having to do professional development focused in that area in our buildings. Is that true? And so it's just kind of a wondering about why is that the case?
Yes.
Okay.
When we're hearing about PD still about it.
Well, so one thing I'll say, and then I'll let Scott or Harjit add to it, is differentiation is an incredibly nuanced, complex, sophisticated teacher skill. And it really requires really you know, and as you know, because I understand you were part of the task force years ago, but it's maintaining a high standard for all students, but it's differentiating that task so all learners can access it. And so you have your task for the day for your whole class, but as a teacher, you have to think about groups of students and even individual students, and what do they need specifically differentiated so they can access it and get to proficiency at a rigorous level. That skill requires years and years and years of practice. And so it's an ongoing professional development that really never ends in your career. I don't think that you ever arrive at just being an expert, really. I think you're always growing in your ability to differentiate, because we continue to learn more and more through brain research on how our learners are learning. Turnover with staff can affect that. How young and new your staff is in their profession can affect that. And I think from there, I'll see if Harjeet or Scott want to add anything.
Well, for us, it's a key initiative because we've started the Plan, Do, Study, Act process. And so often as teachers, we live in the plan phase and we're looking at the essential standards and planning for those. But when we really start looking at data, we need to drill down and differentiate what students need. And so for our building, it's an important initiative to really get to the core of the issue and address the needs of the students targeted at each grade level, student by student. And so if we don't make that as a part of our mission to accomplish, then other initiatives kind of take hold. And so we felt really strongly that differentiation is the key to success for our students. And we want to use the Plan, Do, Study, Act to really target what each student needs at the classroom level. And through our intervention model allows for us to be able to do that, and using the assessment data provided for us, and constantly progress monitoring. So it's always shifting. And so depending on the staff and the veteran staff and the young staff where they are in their continuum of understanding differentiation, we're always going to keep that in the forefront as a key initiative to really target what needs students have and support them.
So the financial, I mean, there is a big financial component to that, in that you need that supports in the schools. I'm assuming that's a big goal.
Can I just address the financial part of it? That budget table, what you see I mentioned, the consolidated program review, that actually is something that falls under any federal funds that are at a school. We need to break them down that way, because we need to know specifically what we're using for basic ed funding, what we're using out of all the other categoricals, as you can see there. And one of the reasons we do that and get that from our finance department is because we need to be careful from a civil rights perspective that we are funding those schools who have those needs appropriately. And so we're always looking at that from a rank order perspective. That's a piece that we're always looking at. So,
just to add about the differentiation, I couldn't agree more. And as Dr. Avery said, it is very complex to do that. And so it's a huge focus. I mean, Mill Creek, 52 countries, 42 languages, and it's not just about learning styles of kids. At our school, it's also about being culturally relevant, how they're learning that way. And if we have a predominantly white teaching staff and you're teaching students from 42 or 52 different countries, different cultures, it's important to understand and be culturally relevant and make sure that you're differentiating in that capacity too. So it is ongoing, and it's something that we chose to do PD with our curricular leaders so that they could work with their teams. As far as and tying that into cost, it was really inexpensive because we partnered with our teaching and learning department here at KSD, and they've done a phenomenal job taking us through the training. And we've also been able to really build the capacity of our teacher leaders with our 11 curricular leaders, all the way from ELL to special ed to all of our core areas, our electives. And then they've been able to work in their PLCs with professional learning communities with their like departments and grade levels. So leading from the teacher level, mid-ranks, and working with their teachers on differentiating every day has been a huge asset to our school, but building the capacity of our leaders. And differentiating it is so complex that we have to be mindful of doing that each and every day and with intentionality in our each and every lesson from bell to bell.
Thank you so much for all you're doing, and appreciate you being here.
Okay, well, I got a few minutes here. I got a lot of questions. I actually went through roughly every school improvement plan, which was quite an undertaking, because
Good job.
that's a lot of work. Yeah, I'm going back to school here. First of all, thank you all for being here and after hours, and it's a long, long day for you. And I've been in several schools in this district, worked with several principals, and if anything holds a school together, I can walk in that school and I can tell you what's going to happen by working with the principal. I've never worked in education, I've worked in management, but your principals are an integral part of success in this district and most districts, I'm assuming. A question I had, there was a quote in one of them that said, "A guaranteed viable curriculum uniformly taught provides equity of opportunities." I thought that was a pretty interesting quote, and so curriculum really matters. And not only the curriculum, like you say, the differentiation of how you're teaching. I think I worked with a lot of kids, and last couple of years worked with kids from all different countries, creeds, races, etc. And learning just that small group of kids, I think maybe we had 30 at a time, and protracting that across the huge district with all languages, that would be an ongoing project forever for me or anybody. So I applaud all the work that you're doing in that. And it is very interesting to see how different kids learn and how they pick it up. One of the things that when I went through all of this, there was a couple of things that stood out. Is having dual language at some of the schools really helps, I know those have a budget target to it too. I noticed that on a lot of them, we still have a long ways to go with some of our diverse population in their achievements. It seems to be across the board. I don't know how we're going to solve that, but we've got to solve that because that's an equity issue, and we're a school district of equity. I was curious on just a couple of things that I'm not familiar with like, what is the after-school conks for success? Tell me about that. What do they do there?
So that's Kentwood's version of basically an opportunity for students, if they so choose, to stay and engage in either credit recovery efforts, or they can work with subject area teachers who are basically staffing that opportunity, if you will. We also fund out of our building budget a activities bus.
Yeah, I saw that. That's
So-
barriers of transportation. That's good.
Yes,
Yeah.
so on the days that we offer Conks for Success, we have staff who are partnering with students and working to meet their needs on an individual basis. So again, going back to that differentiation and meeting them where they're at. And then we're making sure that they also have a way to access that support.
That's terrific, because those barriers are there, and transportation seems to be a biggie. Another question I had was that I've served on this 24 core committee, and some of the committee members were sprouting some statistics that were very frightening coming up if, we have to put this in place. I hear you saying that we are really working with our parents and our kids to know where they're at credit-wise, and before that seems to be an area that really needs emphasis, because all of a sudden, when you're a senior or junior anymore, you're in trouble if you've gotten behind on this. There's very little wiggle room for credits anymore, so we want to make sure they're on task. I like to see that. What are Eagle tickets?
Well, that's at Scenic Hill. So
Yeah.
students, it's a part of our PBIS, positive behavior intervention support. And so we have safe, respectful, and responsible as an expectation for all students. And when they're demonstrating those behaviors, they earn Eagle tickets. And then they use those Eagle tickets every Friday to buy items at the student store.
And what kind of items? I'm just curious.
So a lot of our kids like food, so we have all different types of food in the student store, but we also have school supplies. We have backpack full of supplies, and students love buying those. We have like toys and knickknacks for kids, but because they've earned them, they have a lot of pride, and some students will carry around bags and bags of Eagle tickets and not even use them because they've been given to them, they've earned them, and they really appreciate the level of support that they're getting through those positive supports for kids.
Just some really cool ideas. It appears to me too, because we were in Olympia a couple of days ago, and with our kids from Kentwood, our issues, a lot of them in our schools, are way beyond our boundaries. And if we ever get a chance, we need to be up there testifying on some very important issues. It's going to be a short session, but poverty, all the stuff, minimum wage, whether we believe it or not, those are extremely important issues that are going to come down and affect our kids and our schools, way beyond our really control in our buildings, but how it all flows together. And one of the things we're going to talk about is, our retaining our staff, but it looks like a lot of the stuff that I read too there in your training of your teachers, having the kids have the same teachers that are staying around is very, very important. So, boy, we want to work on retaining our staff and doing what it takes to do that. And let's see, what else was there? Oh, I know. We have on the same students, it appears on one of them, that are continuing the behavior even though they're on tiered intervention. What are you doing with that? I mean, when they're continually in your office or continually on this tier, I just kind of like to know what innovative things are you doing with that?
Sure. I'm at Pine Tree, and I can talk about Pine Tree.
And that's what I had on here, yeah.
Okay. So behavior obviously there's a reason for behavior, right? They're doing it to get something or to get out of something. And so what we have to do is we have to analyze why the behavior is occurring. We have to form a community of support around that student. And we all have to create a plan to put in place for each individual student. Every single student is different. What motivates them, what they want for a reward. So typically at Pine Tree, what we do, if we have a student that's earned 3 or more office referrals, they get brought up to a care team, and then we, as a staff, plan and talk about what are their strengths, how can we build on those strengths, what caring adults are in their lives, and then a plan of support. That plan of support does go out to everybody in the building, including the parents, so that we are all on the same page. And then we reward that child for when we start to see the behavior shaped. You have to have at least 4 praises to every 1 correction. When you do give a correction, the correction needs to be extremely explicit. You have to teach the skill. So that means that I can't just say stop. It's when you follow directions, you look at me, you say okay, and you do it right away. We're explicitly teaching a skill. And then we reward them for implementing and going through that skill, and when they're demonstrating it, we reward them. And then, so sometimes it's a check-in, check-out plan. Sometimes it is a cool-down period or a cool-down pass. At Pine Tree, in 2018, we had about 100 in-school and out-of-school suspensions combined. The following year, we had 50, and this year, to date, we have 10. Because those plans, we follow through, we track them, we report out to parents how the students are doing, and the biggest part is we celebrate, because shaping behavior is hard. When I first started at Pine Tree, I think I had my first year 15 kids on behavior plans. Currently, I have 2 that are, and we're handling that discipline in the building. They are not going home for the behavior anymore. So it's really critical that everybody is involved in that plan and that the plan changes over time. Because as the child learns, you have to make the reward go longer. You have to continue to, decrease the praise as well to make sure that the behavior truly is shaped.
Very, very interesting. Thank you for sharing that. And unfortunately, we're close to 6:30 here. I do thank you for coming tonight. I really appreciate it. Learned a lot. I've got about a whole page more questions, but I can ask some other way. So thank you very much.
Yeah. So we would love, I know at Pine Tree, we would absolutely love for any of you to come through. We would share just like Harjeet, we do have Pine Tree Pride tickets and we do have a Falcon store. We have lots of wonderful things going on. So we would all, on behalf of all of us, love to invite you to our schools.
And I love visiting your school. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was supposed to, because I needed to respond to that feedback immediately.
Okay.
I tried.
Oh, did you?
The day's not over.
For all your hard work. Thank you for coming.
Yeah,
I've actually been here at school. It's awesome hearing from the students and as the son of the principal. So yeah.
Well, you are
This will
welcome
go on
anytime,
the
and I
podium.
would love to learn and grow with you.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're not bringing up the podium right now, right?
No, but when it does.
Okay.
Should I bring my key? I should probably bring my key.
Yeah, because
Just in
I don't know
case.
exactly what time.
Yeah, I know.
I can prop it open, Sharon. I can just prop it open.
Prop it open. Okay.
Sorry for bothering you guys. Get out of here. Absolutely. Thank you. Sorry.
I appreciate that.
Sorry, Bobby, we got the table coming through. Sorry. Sarah, reach her. Incoming.
That's like my spot. Please your coat. How are you feeling?
Trumpets like this, trombones, cram sections right here, and I put the whole rhythm section next to it. That's kind of like how this is jazz, but we're setting more longitude. You're going to take drum set time to just wait a minute. You're going to take a green chair? No.
What do you need? I'm here. You need 17?
No.
Yes. Go ahead. Just all on the road?
No, we're gonna do.
Okay.
Well, and that's the piece. Instructional segment that you'll see what happens.
Okay, it looks like we have a little bit of extra hands. Okay, put all the extra hands right there.
Well, you can show me. Samantha, you're not leaving, right? Yes, I wanted to make sure I told you.
Give me 2 weeks and I'm like, oh, you need my signature.
Sarah's amazing from the audience. You want to take notes, right? I'm like, oh, dang, okay. Something that sounds like a PLC, PDSA. I wonder what components could be flexed to that sensory level, like, listening to people, like basically feature goals. Like, we're just trying to define kindness. Because we don't have that, like hashtag future goals. So we're just like, and this is our system, and we have three goals, and this is it. And I'm like, so anyway, no, it's just for you. And you all are so good. It's just that piece of like, well, you see this potential. Just, it was just for vertical articulation and learning from each other. I get all. And the questions were mostly evasive.
Want to bring out some more chairs? Just there, that's the list.
It's kind of nice for you to get to hear your own call. Any one of you to do it. I want to hear her explain it. So.
Okay, we pretty much have to get this, nice job setting up, it has to be down faster than it was set up, so. As soon as we, yeah, just hold your stand out of here, and then, the drum set, lines on the block first, right? So we'll tear apart the drum set, take it out, and get all the amplification out.
They always, they have something at the start of every situation. It's like displaying something that's. So it's always okay, I could never actually do that.
This is his favorite probably spend an hour trying to figure out how to do that. That's the rehearsal part. That location, you grab that and then you come and put that as a rehearsal and just slap it in and include it to this whole thing. Actually, yeah. See that here? That's true.
Third row. Like that second row, man. It's okay. I just wanted to better view. I don't You're new to us, right? All right, so I'm rebuilding my Chevy small block 250. Exhaust manifold. There's these, it's a fuel injection. I was able to get one off the head. It just kind of goes out reverse. I'll let you know. I found most everything on Rock Auto. Okay. I just took my block right there. I overheated and I think I blew up one of the exhaust right That'll make me cry. I think she's laughing.
Yeah, she wasn't laughing the day that I sent it to her. That's horrible, babe. Don't you do that.
Money for a report.
I told her, I said, you got money for a video board? Absolutely. And I was like, I think it's 180,000 or something like that. She's like, let's start planning for it. Carl reminded me, and I said, no, it's $18,000.
Not $18,000.
60 to 80, depending on what you want. Now, the thing about it, what I just found out, is our vendor state match pricing for the they use the best price.
Okay, I'll get 6 of them.
Well, here's my choice. I can drive to campus or ask for
she wants it out all on Twitter. She wants it on
Session afterwards too.
schedule.
Yeah, one thing. Just one little Yeah, exactly. And he was like, good point, I'll get it for you. And he was like, good point. Yeah, thank you. So I can get that like next week.
Reminds me of law school.
Well, you know, usually the usual thing they talk about, I'd love to read the book, but the model, like raise your hand, that's a terrible way to do it. Because those kids already know the answer. They're the kids that are already engaged. They're the kids, you need to engage them in other ways. The kids like me to be like, right behind curtains. I mean, that's the kid you need to call and not to embarrass them. That's what we're just taught, you know? Well, we'll see. My part's maybe there could be a laser in the sky. Of course. As always. You should advertise in the sky with laser beams instead of having
Sure, thank you.
Only if I get to play
We'll figure it out. Want to read any of these? Which one do you want to do?
What's here? I'm not going to say about the CT. I'll read CT.
Friday morning.
Landed about an hour ago.
This is what we do.
We do.
So that's just, no, they put it down. That's right. Okay. I'd like to welcome all you here on this actually somewhat sunny day or evening that's ended here. I'd like to call the regular meeting to order. I'd like to have, how about Miss Dee Clem, if you lead us in the flag salute? Pardon? Pledge of Allegiance. I'm dating myself here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to welcome the members of the Kent Lake Jazz Ensemble who have joined us this evening with band director Jonathan Carmenita. Forgive me. You may begin when ready.
inviting us out here to play today. We have one more song for you. It's called Gospel John, being danced by the band Ferguson. Big thing.
Thank
to say thank you, John. I'm especially proud. John was a student with my son, and we're so impressed by all that you've contributed to our district. And thank you, students. You were fantastic.
wonderful.
It's great to see women trombonists, too.
Yes.
Absolutely.
We're now on to 1.05, process for audience participation. The purpose of the board meeting is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to, but not respond to comments from visitors. Those wishing to comment must complete a comment card and give it to the board secretary before the meeting begins, or no later than agenda item 5.0, presentations. 5.0, presentations, I repeat. No cards will be accepted once presentations have begun. Abusive public comments personally directed towards staff members will not be tolerated. The president may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when it's too lengthy, obscene, or irrelevant. When it is your turn to address the board, please state your name at the start of your testimony. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. You will hear a timer when 3 minutes are up. Visitors who have completed a comment card indicating a desire to speak to an agenda item will be called at the portion of the agenda. Per board procedure, written material to provide board members with background information should be submitted to the superintendent's office at least 1 week in advance of the meeting. We're now moving on to 1.06. Dr. Watts, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, thank you, President Hamada. Members of the board, Ms. Holly, community, and friends, please know that a supplemental personnel report has been added to the consent agenda, and copies of which are located on the dais for you.
Board, are there any changes to the agenda? Hearing none. The supplemental report, does it have a number? Okay, all right. I will now entertain a motion to accept the changes to the agenda from the directors.
I move that we accept the addition of the supplemental personnel report to the agenda.
I second.
All those in favor will signify by raising their right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will raise their hand and signify by saying aye. Left hand, I guess. The motion carries. All right, we're on to 2.01, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Watts.
Yes. Thank you again, President Hamada, members of the board, Ms. Holly. This month is February, and we celebrate several functions in this month. First among which I will identify Black History Month. This is the month where we celebrate and honor and recognize the contributions, achievements, and inventions and promise that Black and African American individuals in this country and this world have contributed to society. Celebrated since 1926 in the United States, it was originally celebrated for 1 week in February. In the spirit of cultural responsiveness, it is also important that we learn about our Black and African American history beyond Black and African American history, and understand that it is a part of American history. That is our goal as we continue to reach and teach all students as if they had our last name, and we recognize Black History Month this month and African American History Month. We will be hearing more from our board later. February also is the month of love, and for those who celebrate Valentine's Day on the 14th, know that it symbolizes the love that we should all share for our fellow human beings. the willingness and the ability to choose kindness, and I see those who are identifying that this evening, over hate is healthy, and it contributes to a more positive, productive society, household, workplace, and world. To offer grace and understanding in place of anger and retribution requires patience. It requires emotional fortitude and extends the loving relationships that we all deserve. And third, I would like to say thank you. Thank you. Based on the preliminary results in King County elections, thank you to our voting public, Kent School District. On behalf of Kent School District, wish to thank you for supporting our renewal education programs and operations levy. To this point, King County's most recent count indicates that 53.08% of the votes for the renewal levy are yes votes. And while we still have time before we certify the election results, we want to thank our voting public in advance. President Hamada, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. We had just a little change in our legislative update. We took 2 of our students to Olympia, and we spent a weekend, Sunday and Monday, in Olympia. I think it was very important that we kind of move up our legislative update, because we are a group that can advocate for our issues. And if you don't hear about them and hear from them maybe right up front, you'll never have a chance to go and have such fun to travel to Olympia and have your voice heard. And I'd like to turn to Director Venda Gosselin to give her legislative update.
Yes, thank you, President Hamada. As President Hamada has mentioned, this past weekend we had an opportunity to meet with our legislators. Every year our district attempts to go to the Day on the Hill. I know last year we couldn't because of the snow. I also had a chance to meet with educators and community members and have a discussion about what's on their mind. Once we got to the legislative conference, we understood that all the board directors work together to kind of talk about what are the common concerns with amongst board members, and the board directors narrowed it down to three different topics that they wanted to bring up with legislatures. I had my own list in speaking with our constituents, but it seemed like they wanted a concerted effort to talk about 3 talking points. And our students who were with us also had their concerns. So it's interesting because a lot of these issues are interwoven and, follow the same threads. And so just to give you some sense, what our professional organization for board directors wanted to talk about were staffing allocations, to talk about how we can have a better staffing model that ensures that we have staff in every building beyond our prototypical funding model, so that we can address issues like social emotional learning and various other things that happen in our schools that are beyond what our teachers can handle during a 6-hour day. So that was one of the things that our board directors wanted to talk about. Educational investments in special education. We are still about $300 million short in the state on special education, so that was a big concern that was brought up, as well as our teachers, our educators' benefit plan. We are somewhere around $3 million short for our district in funding. So there were unfunded mandates and there are underfunded mandates, and so those were some of the topics that came up. Teacher duties were clearly defining professional duties and expectations for teachers, and that again goes into the social emotional learning matter where we don't have enough counselors and to deal with some of the issues that are happening in our schools where teachers have to kind of take over. And so those were the three big topics that came out. Our students had several of their own concerns, and so I wanted to have them come forward and maybe give a few words about their experiences and kind of talk about how they wove their interests into the discussion. So Divneet and Zach, if you'd be open to come up front and just share your experiences, that would be great. Right here.
Yeah, it was an amazing opportunity. This past Monday, we got to go to Olympia and meet with a bunch of our representatives, and to be able to talk about issues that students really care about, things like the environment, things like making sure our friends and family have a roof over their head, and the social emotional learning. I know that many of my friends, including myself, struggle in the pressure of the academic environment, and we don't have the resources to fully deal with those issues. And so I think it was really, really important and really beneficial to sit there eye to eye with these representatives and senators and really tell them how we feel and how students want to see our state change. And I want to say thank you very much for that opportunity. It was truly amazing to be able to make that connection and, again, to speak the mind of the students and talk about the issues that really matter to us.
Good evening. So this past Monday, as Zach said, we were given the opportunity to visit our state capitol and meet with the legislators and those who represent our voice in making major decisions. We discussed important issues that we believe impact our lives and the lives of other aspiring students. Some of the subjects I am passionate for and made sure to talk about was the importance of social and emotional learning and a strong ethnic studies curriculum to be taught to all. The mental health of teenagers these days is completely disregarded and ignored. Students are quietly suffering through the pain day in and day out. They build the courage to ask for help, but are turned away to the busy schedules of our current counselors. We turn to other teachers or close adults, but even they can only do so much. Students should have the opportunity to discuss their feelings and motives with someone trained in the aspect of learning and understanding. Parents are a big factor in making this change. Some might agree, but some might also disagree. Overall, it's the students that are affected by the decisions that are made. After talking with the representatives, I want to see something done about this growing issue. The topic of mental illness has been difficult to openly discuss over the years, and many people view mental health with a negative stigma. With these issues becoming increasingly prevalent, it is imperative that we move mental health to the forefront of conversation topics and have transparent discussions about how we truly feeling with our teachers, family, and friends. The other major top point I wanted to get across from my short time at the Capitol was the importance of having an impactful curriculum of ethnic studies provided to students of all grades and ages. In doing so, students gain a better understanding of other cultures while learning respect and tolerance. And additionally, ethnic studies courses provide students with the opportunity to learn about their respective cultures while also helping them understand as they can change the communities in positive ways. As a child, I was belittled for things I couldn't change. Growing up in a community where race was not a focal point affected the way I perceived my own culture. I felt ashamed of who I was. This is why I'm so passionate for an ethnic studies curriculum where all races and cultures are talked about. Teaching kids at a young age about the importance of race and ethnicity will raise awareness about matters related to racial discrimination. To wrap things up, I would like to end off by saying please take our concerns into deep consideration, and I appreciate the opportunity to voice my opinion to those who can make a change. Thank you for your time.
So I want to add to that. One of the things that I took away from speaking with our educators is they also brought up the issue of ethnic studies, and if we could work, thank you, Becca Ritchie, for being here and talking about that, because I brought that forward to Divneet, and she had already been doing some studies on this subject. And so we were really excited to meet with Senator Hasagawa, and we missed that particular meeting, unfortunately. Our meeting with Mona Das went over, and we didn't get a chance to meet with him. But we have connected with all the bills and connected Divneet with all that information. And so the power of, the conversation and identifying what's really important. Our OSPI is reporting that we're not going to see a whole lot of movement this particular year. It's the second year of the biennium. So there's not going to be much movement, but there are bills that are smaller bills, such as increasing our nurses, the librarians, and increasing our counselors. I mean, we have something like one counselor for 811 students in elementary schools right now, and one for 350 students in middle schools. So that's going to be a big issue that's coming up in the next several weeks that we can follow. And various other things, including the ethnic studies for K through 6. Right now, there is law to provide that for 7 through 12. Hasagawa's bill is for 1 through 6. So those are the big things that happened. And we want to thank Representative Berquist, Representative Gregerson, Entenman, Sullivan, Office of Senator Kaiser, and Senator Doss for meeting with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Van de Gosselen. We had a great trip. I just want to mention, too, Zachary, I'm going to run a commercial for you here. You're going to see him in the U.S. Congress. That's what he wants to be. So everybody vote for Zach. And if you're planning surgery, David tells me she wants to be an anesthesiologist. That's a goal for her. So we have some unbelievably educated kids with aspirations that just amaze me. And they were speaking with all our representatives and senators. They were just shined. They knew what they were doing. When I first thought, do you know what you want to talk about? They started going off, and I'm thinking, okay, we're okay here. So they were just a pleasure to be with, and I am going to be interested in following your future. So thank you so much. It was a pleasure for the school district to support us to go up there for Sunday and also Monday. We appreciate that. It helps us when we're in the state and have a recognition of that for our issues. One thing that I just want to mention while we're talking about legislative is one thing that just kind of stood out at me. The prototypical school model, which was done years ago and updated a little bit, but they were saying in one of our sessions that they have one psychologist for 206,000 people in the state of Washington is their prototypical model. And geez, I think that ought to change. So just thought I'd throw that in there. So, all right, we're moving on to 4.01, Proclamation for National Black History Month. The Kent School District is committed to the success of every student, family, and staff in each of its schools. Learning and work environments are enriched and improved by the contributions, perspectives, and the very presence of diverse participants. To that end, we are recognizing National Black History Month with a proclamation. While we will not single out any person or group of people to represent their entire race or culture to receive this proclamation, we do believe that it is important to take these opportunities for celebration and recognition as we work to create a learning environment that is respectful, welcoming, and inclusive for every student, family, and staff, and in which their diversity is valued and contributes to their success. I would like to call on Director Van de Gosselen to read the proclamation for National Black History Month.
All right. National Black History Month, whereas when he founded the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, now the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, ASALH, on September 9, 1915, Dr. Carter G. Woodson labored under the belief that historical truth would crush falsehood and usher in a new era of equality, opportunity, and racial democracy, and it has been its charge for over a century. And whereas in 1926, Dr. Woodson initiated the celebration of Negro History Week to bring attention to his mission to promote the study of Black history and help school systems coordinate their focus on the topic. And whereas in 1976, the celebration of Black History Month was decreed a national observance and expanded to include the entire month of February, and whereas today Black History Month is supported and celebrated throughout the country by people of all ethnic and social backgrounds, and whereas for more than a century, African American life, history, and culture have become major forces in the United States and the world, and whereas confident that their struggles mattered in human history, Black scholars, artists, athletes, and leaders self-consciously used their talents to change how the world viewed African Americans. And whereas the Association for the Study of African American Life and History has selected African Americans and the Vote as a 2020 National Black History theme, which commemorates 2 anniversaries: the sesquicentennial of the ratification of the 15th Amendment, by which Black men gained the right to vote after the Civil War, and the centennial of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, by which women won the vote. And whereas the Kent School District's commitment to equity and excellence for each and every student is grounded in the rich legacy, courage, and remarkable contributions of those who sacrificed to keep these dreams alive for generations to come and build a nation that is more just and more equal for all people. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District proclaims the month of February 2020 National Black History Month in Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observance.
Thank you. We're moving on to 4.02. This is a proclamation for the National Career and Technical Education Month. We are going to have Ms. Lori Paxton accept this after it's read, and then we're going to take a photo afterwards, and I'm calling upon Director Daniels to read that proclamation.
National Career and Technical Education Month. Whereas one of Kent School District's goals is to prepare all students to be college and career ready by raising the academic and social learning bar and closing the gaps to student achievement and college completion. And whereas career and technical education offers students the opportunity to gain academic, technical, and employability skills necessary for true career readiness. And whereas research shows that in the 2016-17 school year, in the state of Washington, 88% of CTE high school students graduated, 78% met performance goals for reading and language arts, 88% met performance goals for technical skills, and 100% of the CTE post-secondary students earned an industry-recognized certificate, credential, or degree. And whereas in the 2018 calendar year, Washington State, along with 41 other states and Washington, D.C., passed a total of 146 policy actions linked to CTE and career readiness, which illustrates the commitment from state leaders to advance CTE. And whereas the Kent School District understands the significance of CTE and offers CTE at Kent Meridian, Kent Lake, Kent Ridge, Kent Wood, and Kent Phoenix Academy, as well as the middle school level. Now therefore be it resolved, the Kent School District Board of Directors proclaims February 2020 as National Career and Technical Education Month and urges all citizens to recognize the importance of CTE to prepare all students for success in career, college, and life.
Thank you. Great. Ask all my CTE team members to come join me. Since I have the microphone, I'll take a quick opportunity to say thank you to the board and thank you to all my team members who have joined us here today. We appreciate your ongoing support of career and technical education and all the opportunities it provides for our students. So I think they want us in the middle for the photo, probably.
we're on to 5.01, 2021 recruitment plan. Dr. Watts, would you like to introduce, please?
Yes, I will. At this time, I would call Chief Human Resources Officer Mariah Martin to the podium for presentation of our recruitment plan for 2020-2021. Mariah?
Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Dr. Watts, and Ms. Howley. The HR community is pleased to present the Kent School District recruitment plan for the 2020-2021 school year. Getting all those 20s in there. The presentation tonight highlights key points of the complete plan, which has been added to the agenda and is available for the community. Joining me tonight are Joyce Wilson, Director of Human Resources, and Brianna Kemp, Assistant Director of Human Resources, both of whom serve in the employment support team and oversee the work of certificated and classified recruitment for KSD, along with many other HR functions. Before we begin, I would like to set the foundation for this work by asking this question: is recruitment, or the need for it, really about retention? Retention of employees may decrease the number of staff to recruit, but recruiting is always essential in a growing, thriving organization. Yes, KSD, like all other organizations, monitors the retention of all employee groups. Retention of a workforce is not only more cost-effective than constantly refilling vacancies, it's also important to the effectiveness, efficiency, and culture of an organization, of a team. On September 25th, 2019, HR leaders reported to the Board of Directors that KSD had an overall retention rate going into the 1920 school year of 89.53%. Specifically, teachers were retained at 90.7%, the highest retention rate for this group in the last 4 years. We have much to celebrate, and we are constantly seeking to improve. In all organizations, however, employees separate. In KSD, the two reasons employees separated, as identified in the exit surveys, were job opportunity and retirement. We now have 5 generations currently in the workplace. We are more diverse in this area than we ever have been before. And so for approximately 10 to 12% of our workforce, retirement is a viable option. Therefore, external recruitment and developing those internal pipelines for growth are essential in preparing for our employees who are exiting for retirement or maybe looking for extended job opportunities. In addition, beyond retention, KSD employees are promoted from within, creating vacancies. KSD also continues to add programs, services, and positions such as board-certified behavior analysts, instructional coaches, gear-up support positions, increased ELL supports, just to name a few. All of these are new positions that require a proactive recruitment approach and are often hard to fill. Finally, KSD continues to address class size, most specifically with the 1:17 K-3 district-wide ratio. Decreased class sizes create new positions for which we need to recruit. It is for these reasons that we recruit and not rely on retention alone. All healthy organizations have intentional and strategic planning around recruitment. Recruitment planning that considers where they want to go and who they want to be. Tonight, we will outline KSD's recruitment strategies. We are competing with 285 Washington school districts for a diverse and premier workforce. And trust me when I say that competition is fierce. A workforce that reflects the diversity of our student population. We look forward to partnering with internal and external partners to make KSD the employee of choice. And Joyce and Bree will be walking through those strategies with you. So I'm going to have them come up to the dais.
Thank you. When reviewing our current workforce, we look at several demographics to determine our needs for the upcoming recruitment season. Looking into individual employee groups, our teaching and principal staff are at 17.9 and 17.5 staff of color, respectively. The most recent report card from OSPI shows that 87% of all teaching staff in the state of Washington are white, compared to about 81% for the KSD teaching staff. We are closely aligned with neighboring school districts when it comes to staff diversity. However, we recognize that there is still work to be done, and we are always seeking ways to ensure our workforce more closely reflects our student population. When forecasting recruitment needs, staff age is an important figure. As Mariah stated, we have about 12% of our current teaching staff that is at an age where retirement is an option. Connecting back to our goal 4, we're seeking a diverse and premier workforce or candidates to join our team.
In our search for candidates, we're looking for those that share our core values of equity, excellence, and community, not just in words, but in their practice. More than anything, the KSD candidate views diversity as an asset and recognizes that we all have biases that need to be checked and addressed. It's not easy work, but it needs to be done, and we need candidates that are willing to do that with us. We are seeking candidates that are fully trained and certified in the field they are hired to teach. Early recruitment and hiring is essential in getting our vacancies filled with qualified candidates. And finally, community. We can't do it alone, and our current workforce spans 5 generations. We are seeking candidates who are solution-focused, can work effectively with colleagues and community who represent diverse experiences, backgrounds, and perspectives. Our screening and interview questions are designed to allow these values to be shared.
In our search for high-quality candidates, the greatest challenge that we face is a shortage of teachers in the state of Washington. As this graph indicates, the need for teachers has doubled since the 2010-2011 school year, but the number of candidates completing a traditional teacher preparation program has remained stagnant. Recruiting for high-quality staff is different than it was just 5 years ago. PEBSB reported in March, quote, Washington State is experiencing an educator shortage across our state with impacts far-reaching for every student, spanning specific content area, geographic regions, and disproportionate racial, ethnic, and linguistic demographics between educators and their students. The educator shortage is a complex issue, close quote. Additionally, another challenge with the overall teacher shortage is that there's an extreme shortage of teachers in Washington State who actually reflect the diversity of our students. One of the factors contributing to the teacher shortage is new teacher attrition, which is a concern across the entire country. We know that if we can keep teachers for their first 4 years in the profession of teaching, the probability of retention grows exponentially. For the 2018-2019 school year, KSD has had an overall retention rate of 84.9% for our first and second year teachers. This success in retention of our new teachers is in large part to our new teacher mentor program. Looking at the orange line, this line represents the need or the demand for more classroom teachers with each year. This demand can be attributed to the lowering of class sizes in K through 3 and expanding educational programs. A factor to consider when looking at the blue line is that the number of teacher program completers does not actually mean that they will choose to enter the teaching profession after they graduate, or even that our teacher program completers will actually stay in Washington State to teach. So other factors that impact the recruitment environment and the teacher shortage today are barriers to higher education, difficulties with testing credentials, limited funding to diversify teacher training programs, as well as historically low unemployment rate. Currently, Seattle is enjoying an unemployment rate of 3.5%. Also, students graduating from college have more choices and opportunities in other industries than they ever have before. The impact of the teacher shortage for our education industry is that it has caused an increased number of conditional certificates statewide being issued to candidates who have not been fully trained before entering the classroom, as well as making it difficult to build a solid reputation for the profession of teaching, which then further contributes to the shortages. Human resources recruit year-round for positions through a variety of recruitment strategies, and this is to ensure that KSD is attracting high-quality talent. For the upcoming school year, we will be implementing recruitment efforts and methods that will source for internal, active, and passive job seekers. There are 4 types of job seekers for our candidate pools. The first group are internal candidates. These are candidates who have the capacity to move within the KSD organization and often in an upwards trajectory. This candidate pool typically includes substitutes, student teachers, and our classified staff. The second group are referral candidates. These are candidates who have a personal or professional connection with someone within our KSD community. They may have the skills and background that would lead to a referral to our organization. This is furthering the importance of our motto that everyone is a recruiter here at KSD. third is our active candidates, and these are job seekers who are actively seeking employment. They are following websites, they're following the job boards, attending career fairs, and they're following social media advertising. Our fourth group are passive candidates. These are candidates who are currently employed and who are not actively seeking an employment change. However, 70% of potential candidates fall into this candidate pool. While a passive candidate may not be actively looking, they could be interested if the right opportunity is presented. Our 6 major recruitment strategies are listed and explained in detail in our recruitment plan. However, in this presentation, we will be highlighting the bolded categories, focusing on sourcing, internal pipelines, career fairs, and early hire letters.
A crucial piece of the recruitment process in the search for candidates is sourcing, which is identifying viable candidates based on the hiring need. There are several approaches, which are typically used in combination to maximize our results. Our first sourcing tool is our current applicant tracking system, Talent Ed. Anytime a candidate applies to any position in our district, they create a profile, and we can then pull that data, determine what their interests are, and what their qualifications are. We use a variety of social media platforms to advertise and source. By far the most effective for professional recruitment is LinkedIn. New this year, Employment Support has obtained a K-12 recruiter license, which allows us to actively seek out high-quality passive candidates that may be open to an opportunity if presented. The Title IIA website is a powerful tool that gives us a detailed view of all university teaching programs throughout the United States. We're able to look by state and each university program, the total number of program completers by content area. This provides information and that helps us determine which states or region of the country that would be most effective to recruit for our high-need areas like special education and ELL. Online job posting boards for colleges, universities, and other professional associations are also effective for seeking active job seekers. We're able to utilize these resources to advertise for our own career fairs as well. And finally, employee referrals. The best way to find more high-quality candidates, like those we already have, are to ask those individuals if they know any others who are ready for a change. We live, again, by the motto, everyone is a recruiter. KSD has 3 primary internal pipelines. The first is our Class to Cert alternative route programs, which provide additional opportunities for classified staff to become certificated teachers. Our 3 university partners at this time are Western Washington, PLU, and Antioch. All programs provide the opportunity for an advanced degree in addition to a teaching certificate, which is dual endorsed in elementary education, and additionally either special education, ELL, or library media. Again, a key benefit to this program is that there are current staff who are already invested in our district and our students becoming certificated teachers. Student teachers and interns are a significant pipeline for both educators and leaders in our district. We have developed relationships with surrounding universities and to create a strong student teaching program, as well as internship opportunities for our ESA staff. So far this school year, we have placed over 70 student teachers at 32 different sites. Looking at our future administrators, we currently have 9 teachers completing their administrative internship, and from last year, 5 of our 9 interns have become administrators in the 1920 school year. Substitutes are an important pipeline for both certificated and classified positions. For the current year, 27 certificated and 42 classified substitutes have been hired into permanent positions. We consider the move from substitute to a continuing hire and internal promotion, which is another important pipeline that's not included in this visual, but it's important to note. Looking at our current district leadership, 58% of all of our principal positions are currently filled with internally promoted employees, and 65% of our non-school-based leadership were also hired from in-district. Looking at our teachers, 123 of our current teachers were formerly classified staff hired into their teaching role within the past 10 years. We're looking at diving a little bit deeper into that data moving forward.
Attending career fairs is another recruitment strategy for our human resources department, and this is to implement to hire high-quality staff. As such, when attending these events, our KSD recruitment teams are developed to reflect the diversity of our student population. Many of our new hires do come to us from the state of Washington. Therefore, we partner with all major universities in the state, attending their career fairs and other offered recruitment events throughout the year. Additionally, we hold our own KSD recruitment events for both classified and certificated staff throughout the year to increase our effectiveness and our reach to both active and passive job seekers. Although we do experience success at these local career fairs and recruitment events, it's important to note that we are competing with the other 285 Washington school districts for the candidates from these universities. There are three main reasons for KSD to participate in out-of-state recruitment. The first reason is recruiting for diversity. Both in-state and out-of-state recruiting is essential to attract diverse, high-quality talent. We all know how important it is for all students to have an educational environment that includes a racially diverse staff. There is significant research that indicates a diverse teaching workforce is beneficial to all students. Therefore, it is important that KSD go outside of the state of Washington to recruit and attract teachers of color. Ed Week Top Schools conducted a survey in which respondents indicated that Black educators are significantly more willing than other ethnicities to relocate if the right opportunity was offered. Currently, PSB reported that the state of Washington has approximately 11% teacher of colors, while almost 50% of Washington state students are of color. Currently, KSD has 17.5% teachers of color, and although this number is higher than the state average, we still have work to do in recruiting for diversity. The second reason is to recruit for premier candidates. As previously outlined, Washington State has a growing teacher shortage, and as we demonstrated earlier, there is a lack of teaching program completers versus the number of teachers needed to fill the classrooms. This has led to the high number statewide of conditional certificates being issued. OSPI reported that the number of conditional certificates issued which allow partially trained teachers to work in schools more than tripled from about 3,000 in the school year of 2011-2012 to 9,251 last school year. The third reason is the competition with other Washington school districts. And due to the lack of teachers completing teacher programs in Washington state universities versus the number needed to fill classrooms, competition amongst the districts has become fierce. The state of Washington has recently passed legislation to eliminate barriers to becoming a teacher in our state, and also by removing basic skills tests and allowing reciprocity between the states for teacher certification. This substantiates the importance of attending career fairs and other recruitment events outside of the state of Washington. This slide provides information of KSD's 2019-2020 certificated applications by region, and it is based from our data from our KSD Talent Ed application system. This information helps us in planning our future recruitment trips. This data is broken down by region. It gives a picture of where our application candidates are coming from. As we look at this data, KSD has had a substantial number of certificated applications for the states that we actually physically recruited in last year. The data also highlights the importance of out-of-state recruitment. For the states that we physically recruited in, we had both applications and hires showing an abundance of interest nationwide in our district.
As we make our decisions around where to recruit in the upcoming year, there are a variety of things that we consider. Cost is a significant factor, especially when deciding whether to return to a site that we've been to before. We look at the application data to gauge interest from a particular region and weigh that against our experience at that event. The recruitment events planned for the upcoming year target regions of the country where we had significant certificated applications from last year, along with returning to areas where we experienced a high level of interest. An added benefit to returning to specific events is that we continue to build our brand. Career fairs have all levels of students, not just graduating seniors, and we can begin to build those relationships earlier. These decisions are also heavily influenced by the Title IIA data previously discussed. We target states specific and specific universities with high numbers of program completers and our hard-to-fill content areas. In order to be cost-effective in our recruitment efforts, we plan our trips around a full calendar of events. Early in the season, we create a master list of all education-based career fairs, both in and out of state, consider past effectiveness, Title IIA data, estimated cost, and alignment of events when we build our final calendar. Specifically, when looking out of state, we seek to connect events that align in date and region while maximizing our reach. Each trip out of state will include multiple universities or larger statewide education level events to provide access to vast pools of candidates. We have added Illinois back to our list this year due to a high number of prospective teachers, specifically in special education, and our ability to reach 5 universities in one trip. This will be the first year we will be able to recruit in Utah. The Utah Association for Employment and Education holds 2 statewide education-based career fairs. This grants us access to a large number of candidates with diverse background experiences. Utah also has a statewide initiative for dual language program, which makes it a state to target for dual language teachers. Texas and Michigan have historically been successful states for our district to recruit. Major universities in Michigan are known for producing strong teacher candidates across all content areas, and Texas has always been a primary target for dual language candidates. Also new this year, we will be attending the Massachusetts Educator Recruitment Consortium, referred to as MERC. It's comprised of 41 universities, and this event attracts graduates and alumni seeking new employment opportunities. While this may not be an event that we would have attended by itself, given the cost of traveling across country, it did align with several events in Michigan that we already intended to attend. Given the calendar, we determined it was valuable to reach another region of the country at a very high volume event.
Early hiring is essential for KSD to remain competitive with other school districts here in Washington State. Therefore, we plan to issue 75 letters of intent for certificated candidates, 50 unassigned contracts for our ESA and special education candidates. Before issuing a letter of intent, either a letter of intent or an unassigned contract, candidates go through an interview process, and hiring is conditional upon a clear background check and verification of their appropriate certification and endorsement in the area that they will be teaching. Letters of intent are also issued to many of our student teachers. Questions?
Director Bowman?
You talked about how the Kent School District is in partnership with many colleges. I believe it's called Grow Your Own program.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering, that's locally, but is there anything hyper-locally, like specifically in Kent, that, you know, other organizations that we're partnering with to grow that population of Kent residents who will come back and be Kent teachers? Or if there can be?
I just want to ask for clarification. Are you talking about our current students and growing from that population?
Like, yes, and going forward, like, are there plans to do that?
Yes.
Will there
You wanna
ever
speak
be?
to that a little bit with the program the state has?
Right. The program has a state in which they, it's, I'm sorry. The state has a program, sorry. The state has a program in which they go down into the high school and encourage with classes and different programs in which then it gets excitement for our high school students and gives them knowledge about the teaching profession. It's definitely something that we are looking into to start implementing within the Kent School District, but it does take many other communities to make that happen. So it is something that we do definitely want to work towards.
And then I also heard you guys talk about how there were barriers for teachers of color around test funding and training programs? Or was that being removed?
The legislation has removed several of those barriers. Mm-hmm.
So, curiously, in light of some recent comments that were made by educators resulting in their resignation, I'm just wondering, when you're out recruiting, when you're giving letters of intent to hire, have you guys thought about any changes that you need to make in your recruitment and application process to make sure that those kinds of instances can be weeded out?
Okay. So we've actually done a variety of things on that. We're certainly looking at all of our questions. We probe deeply into those interviews when we have those interviews. Unfortunately, deeply held beliefs are not always surfaced. One of the things that we've done is update our disclosure questions and pinpointed some very, very specific things that maybe were not as pinpointed before. And so that is another way in which maybe some past experiences can come to light in a way that would inform our decision making.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Director Bettinger?
Yes. So I went back to the work session that was on 9/25/19 about where all the new hires came from. And it looks like about 10, you got 10 hires from all the recruitment events you went to last year based on this little map I have. So again, you know, being good stewards of money and budget, I just want to make sure that we are spending money wisely in that case. And it looks like you're not adding any new states to go to, but you're just shifting around. Is that correct?
From last year?
Mm-hmm.
Last year, we did not attend Illinois. We did not go there, so that's a new place for this year.
And you're not going to Florida this year?
We didn't go to Florida last year.
You're going to Georgia, Virginia?
Not this year. We
Not
went
this
to Georgia, Virginia last year.
Okay.
We'll put this slide up. Yeah, this is where we're going this year.
Right. So you went 6 states last year and you're going to 5 this year. I'm just wondering how you came up with that 179 per hire number. Like I said, when it looks like you got 10 hires from all your career fairs last year.
So this is a cost of trip per application, not the hire.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because it just, and my next question is coming up later on the agenda, but Blazerworks, it's a temp agency. Does this district do any temp to hire?
We do. So I do know that it's our IE department we work with in terms of buying out a contract. So if we do have an agency staff that we are able to buy out that we know has worked out, we look at that, or if they've been with us long enough, sometimes they'll waive a fee. But so we have hired agency staff in the past.
Okay. And just to close the loop on the retention, so for out-of-state recruitment, what is the cost of trip per hire?
Per hire? So, for example, on our Texas trip, the cost per hire was $640. So we had 4 hires, and the cost of that trip was $2,560. So, I mean, I could go through, if you want me to go through each of the states, yeah. But that just kind of gives you an idea. Mm-hmm. Some trips are a little bit more expensive than others, and so it just depends.
Okay. And then Ms. Martin did talk about retention. Has a cost-benefit analysis ever been done to assess whether focusing more on retention would save the district money?
So as I shared with you in my responses earlier, no, a cost-benefit analysis has not been done. We don't dispute that not hiring or retention is certainly very, very important as we consider moving forward. To compare whether you retain or what that means versus recruitment is a bit apples to oranges, because you are always going to have to recruit.
Right, but they've had years where there's been serious, so you've had years where you had like 20% of our teachers left because you had an 81.59% rate. And in that year, again, it saves a significant amount of money, and I'm just wondering how that is assessed and looked at to make sure we're spending dollars wisely.
Certainly. And if you look at the 4-year trend, that year was an anomaly. That was the year that we did the RIF for our central admin staff and some of our administrator staff. Our teachers knew that we were having to look at cutting positions. We were able to do that through attrition, and certainly that caused a much higher attrition rate than we've ever had in the past. So that year, you're correct, was a significant impact to the district. Since then, we have, particularly with the teachers, returned to above 90%, which was the highest rate over the last 4 years.
Okay. And so and that's through a specific targeted plan of retention?
Actually, yes, we produced that retention plan and shared it with the board at least 3 to 4 times. I don't have those dates by memory right now, but we produced it in the fall, shared it with the board, gave an update in January, February, and then provided the results in May. So very much it was part of the retention study, and we believe that that made a big impact. Just having the opportunity to sit down with our staff and hear from them was important.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so
Director, Legislative Director Van de Gosselin.
Talking about retention, I think one of the things that continually comes up is not so much the numbers, but the climate in which our teachers are in, and the support systems surrounding that. And so I know we've had reports about retention, and I really appreciate that it's a group that is very diverse that's interviewing, and that makes it a safer environment. But I'm wondering if there's going to be a little bit more collaboration with our educators, because I feel like we haven't had enough participation in those particular retention interviews. You know, the numbers were very small. And then the educators are saying they're taking their own survey, and so I'm wondering if there's any future collaborative effort to do those sort of interviews where we're not just looking at how many people are staying, but how many people are staying and feeling good about this district. So that's one thing. And then I also, I'm a little bit, I feel a little bit down about the response of Grow Your Own program, because I felt like that was one of the big, big ideas we had in past years, and I thought we were actually working with the university, and it's in our schools, and
Yeah. So
go ahead.
So there's 2 different pieces. There's we don't have the starting from high school plan this yet, and that was, I thought, what we addressed in the first one. We do have the 3 partnerships. We do have classes here on campus with our Antioch cohort, and PLU and Western. We actually share those cohorts with neighboring districts, so depending on where our students are. So they aren't necessarily always located at the campus. Like Antioch does their classes here on the KSD admin campus. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification, because I just told teachers that we have that program.
Right. So the Grow Your Own program, when we talk about that is actually Grow Your Own is the class to cert program, or the alternate routes to certification, specifically for classified staff. We're very involved in that with the 3 partnerships that we have with these universities. There also is a Grow Your Own program that the state has put forth that starts in the high school level. So there's a few different, when we talk about Grow Your Own programs out there. Okay.
So then talking about this class to cert, one thing I didn't hear about was about the paraeducators and what we're doing to empower them. Because the majority of our, no, I wouldn't say majority, but we have a larger percentage of staff of color with our paras.
So the class to cert is working with our paraeducators, and that they are the employee group that probably most participates in the class to cert program, and they are having the opportunity in the school in which they work to train to be a teacher with the Antioch program, and then they become certified teachers. And I don't remember exactly the number, but we have placed almost all of our class to cert program completers and they're working right now in Kent as a certificated teacher.
Okay. So are they being incentivized for, through scholarships?
Oh,
or
yes,
anything?
yes. That's part of the block grant. A portion of their studies and tuition are covered through that. And that's covered extensively in the PD plan. Kim Cushman and Kathy Lindosky lead that work, and we'll be happy to share all the specifics. Kim could talk about it for quite a while. She's very, very excited about it. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Something else, too, that we work with the universities and with our classified staff, other universities who are not part of the partnerships, the actual block grant partnerships, but we have a lot of other universities that we work with and our classified staff helping them match them to the program that's right for them. So if they aren't able to fall into a program like Antioch or one of our partnerships, we have a lot of other partnerships with other universities, not on quite such a formal basis, but we have information in which we help our classified staff to get into a program that is right for them and their lifestyle and what they need. So all of us are very heavily involved in helping any classified staff to finding the right program to higher education and a route to certification.
Thank you very much.
Vice President Jen?
Yeah. So you had went back, it said 21.2% of your you have staff of color in Kent. What percentage of those staff are administration or teachers? I know you said 17% of your teachers, but the teachers are probably what percentage of your entire staff? So it's a different number.
Oh, yeah.
So
it's,
okay.
Are we talking about staff and principal? I have
So I'm
teacher and
thinking-
principals.
So my question was, when you said you're 21.2% staff of color.
Yes.
What percentage of that is administrators or teachers?
So 17.5% of that is teachers and 17.9 is principals.
Okay, so 17.5% of your.
Oh, sorry.
You said 17% of your teachers, but that's not your staff. So your teachers represent a certain
Yes.
percentage of your staff. So
Okay,
I'm wondering,
got it.
they're two different numbers,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so I'm asking about the 21.2% you mentioned.
Yes.
Staff of color. What percentage of those are in administration or teachers?
So I don't have that broken down. I have by group. I can tell you of our principals the percentage, but I don't have the percent of that.
Can you give me an example? What percentage of your principals?
Yes, so our principals, 17.5% of our principals.
Are of color?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then when we're talking about, the data that you shared earlier about African American people, or I guess potential teachers are more willing to relocate.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering, I didn't see any HBCU, I didn't see any colleges or anything that actually has that large population. So I'm wondering, why is that not on your radar when you're looking to diversify in that way?
So, and oftentimes when we're looking at, out-of-state travel, what can we line up? And if we would travel to, again, across the country, we did last year, so, sorry. So we have in the past, and it is something we definitely look at, but again, kind of in terms of when we're looking at, if we're gonna travel a long distance, what makes sense, because we do try and be cost effective with our trips. And oftentimes if they don't line up, it is definitely something we could prioritize in the future, but it would be, again, more of an investment for one trip.
Well, there's multiple, right? You can go,
Oh, yeah.
like, for example, Georgia, you can go to multiple
yeah.
colleges,
Yes,
or multiple
yes, yes,
universities.
yes.
So I'm just wondering if that is a
Yeah.
focus. I'm wondering why that's not part of your recruiting plan.
Certainly, it has been. We have visited schools in Virginia as well as Georgia. Unfortunately, we have not had applications or hires. And we'd like to partner. We've talked with the universities to say, how can we continue to connect with your program completers? It has not led yet to increased hiring for diversity, but we're certainly open and willing to hear additional ideas. And I know maybe you've got some great ideas too in our neighboring district as you're beginning to look at that. Maybe we could pick your brain as well as you're doing some similar work.
Yes. Yes.
Director Daniels, may I offer that opportunity? Thank you for bringing that up. And as a graduate of an HBCU, I do understand that there's another way we can look at this. And there are colleges and universities that we recruit that are largely student population, majority white students. However, what we've also found in some of our less diverse universities is that the student union concept of affinity groups. Sometimes that group is as close-knit and relatively large that could also serve as a recruiting ground, even in our colleges and universities that are less diverse. That is one strategy that we'll be implementing as well.
Absolutely, and I'm sure some of them, well, I would venture to say that there are universities you go to where you also don't get candidates that are not HBCUs. So I guess it's a gamble either way, right?
Sure.
So I guess it's just what are you willing to, this
What
is the question I
strategies?
ask. If you want to be who you say you are, what are you willing to do that? So that's my question, so, thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay. I wonder, and maybe I've missed this in other presentations, but the people that we've retained in our district that have come from out of state, do you have any data on that? That we've hired from out of state that have stayed with us for, say, 3 or 4 or 5 years?
Not on hand.
It's certainly data that we can provide them.
I was just curious because it appeared that, I could be wrong, but it seemed like we had a lot of newer teachers hired, unfortunately, that came out here. And they weren't retained for many reasons. And also, I'm wondering if in your local high schools, my daughter's been very successful. She is a teacher, very successful teacher, and she's recruited 5 students that she's watched become teachers in her own, that she's taught either in soccer or thing. And that's been very successful because not only did she recruit them, she stayed with them. She went to their interviews. She went and helped them. They came often back into the same school district, and she was able to, that familiarity, they are now, which seems to be a problem, retaining new teachers because there's so much more ask of our teachers today than ever before. So I'm curious, I mean, it appears that maybe we're not catching our own fast enough. I mean, you say you're starting the high school recruitment, that there's a plan on that, but we haven't done that yet, right? Do I hear that
Actually,
right?
we did. This year, we went to the Beyond, forget what the event's called. Beyond High School event, and we were there recruiting and talking to students about becoming a teacher here at the Kent School District and talking to them about what being a teacher is all about. So we are actually actively looking for ways in which to reach our students while we're trying to get other things more formally in place.
And I mean, it appears to me that one of the best recruiters is all our happy teachers that go out and find other happy teachers to stay here and incentivize them to be here. So also, staying and feeling good in this district has to be a really good feeling so we can go out and permeate that too, so.
Absolutely. That's why we really encourage all of our employees that everyone's a recruiter here at KSD. Every single one of us are, and it makes a difference.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. So it looks like we're on to discussion and approval. 6.01, acceptance of school improvement plans. Did this come here before 5.0?
It didn't, no, it did not.
Just to refresh, let's see. Just to refresh your memory, I don't know, Ms. Hall? Yes. I don't know if you were here in the beginning, but we kind of have a standard procedure that these cards have to be up to us before 5.0. Were you familiar with that?
I vaguely heard it. I didn't want to interrupt because I just filled it out right after she began, and so I held it. I apologize for that.
No, I'm not looking for an apology. I hate to tell you, but I don't think we can let you talk tonight if we're going to try to find procedures. We have to follow some decorum, and But please come back. And we want to hear from you. Okay. All right. We're on to 6.01, acceptance of school improvement plans. Okay. I will entertain a motion from a board member to make a motion to accept our school improvement plans.
I will move that we accept our school improvement plans that are presented.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded that we accept our school improvement plans that have been listed. All those, oh, excuse me. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Director Bowen.
We'd like to start.
First off, I want to say thank you to all the principals who have done all this hard work on these. It's truly wonderful, and the principals particularly who presented at the work session, it was very helpful to hear how they're implementing these. My concern is that the Washington Administrative Code that's effective 11/26/18 required adopting a district-wide performance improvement goal, and also each school in the district enrolls students in a grades 2 to 3 in established goals to increase the measures. So that required a vote prior to September 1, 2019, and then on WAC 180-16-195, which was effective 1/13/19, it required by September 15th that the school board president or chairperson and the superintendent of the school district submit the program assurance form distributed by the state board. So if this, as I understand it, if the school board president signs something, that has to be voted on by the board, and I'm just not finding it in board docs. So I'm just want to make sure we close the loop and we're following all laws and policies. And so I would ask if my board colleagues have any concerns either to raise them, but to me, it's just a concern that these are laws, federal laws we have to follow, state laws we have to follow.
Absolutely, and as I shared earlier in our work session, I too thank our principals. They did a great job. We are, and I have been in communication with Gail Pauley, as I mentioned. She is Assistant Superintendent of Special Programs and Federal Accountability, who we've been seeking advice from, et cetera, and so she's worked with us in the past. So yes, we are.
So when was the vote taken before September 1st, 2019?
So 2016 is when the performance improvement goals were adopted.
Yes, but
Align with the with the strategic plan goals.
yes, but the state didn't even achieve their. Let me look at my notes. The state didn't even finalize and get approval from the federal government until, let me look at my notes.
That was in 2018.
Yeah, 2018. So you're saying that the strategic plan that was voted by the board in 2016 meets all the requirements of what was approved by the state with the federal government?
The requirement was that we adopt performance improvement goals as a district, and as I mentioned earlier in the work session, that the September 1 date, 2019, that by that date is when, and thereafter, all districts must have those goals in place. I also mentioned that the No Child Left Behind used to require a district improvement plan. It no longer does. What is required is, and I think Director Vankadasala mentioned in the work session, is the board accepting those school improvement plans that are developed and implemented, which is also in that WAC, developed and implemented by the school. And so that's what the board is doing tonight.
And so what we're doing tonight is to approve what should have been approved by
No,
September 15th?
you're accepting the school improvement plans.
Okay, and on what date was the form submitted electronically and signed? That is the program assurance form distributed by the State Board of Education. That was a requirement made 1/13/19. On what date was the 1920 school year form submitted to the state?
I don't have that date right here, but happy to get that for you
When can I get that?
as soon as possible.
So by tomorrow?
Could do that.
Okay. I'll need documentation on that, on the transmittal?
Director Bettinger, we'll do our very best to get you the information that you're requesting, but I want to be clear, the discussion that we're having now is based on the distinction between acceptance and approval, and we are accepting the school improvement plans, as I shared earlier, not approving, because our principals who are working on their school improvement plans, those plans may be subject to change. If we approve them, that would mean we'd have to approve them each and every time there was an adjustment to that plan.
So we haven't, okay. Okay, so tomorrow I will know when.
We will do the best we can to get you the program assurance signature.
So I just wanted to add to that. This was, I think, in 2014, before Dr. Watts even came to the district, that we agreed as a board that we would not approve these SIP plans because there were 41 of them. I think it was more than 50 pages, 60 pages. It didn't make any sense for our board to approve, quote unquote, any of these plans. And when we were looking at other districts, that was the same situation. That would have meant that every school, every one of our 41 schools would have had to present in front of the board their plan, and not just reading it, but we would have had to hear from our principals. And so at that point, we said that because it's a moving target and it's very fluid, we would need to accept it. And so we intentionally changed the wording from approval to acceptance. And so you can see here in 6.01, we're saying acceptance of school improvement plans and not approval of school improvement plans.
I just had it, so I apologize, I was not at the work session. But as I'm looking through, and one of the things that I look for in reviewing these is, it starts with talking about equity, culture of equity, but I don't see anything really that talks about, I see a lot of talk about PBIS, I see a lot of talk about MTSS, but I don't see a lot of talk around, bias training or equity training that actually happens with staff as a part of the school improvement plan. And so I think those are one of the things that to have that included, because it starts by mentioning, right, in this culture of equity and excellence, but then there's nothing that, I saw one, and I've just reviewed probably about 7 of them, but I saw one school talk about restorative practices, and there may be more, but I'm just saying, as the ones I'm looking at, I really don't see that as a focus, and I'm always talking about, yes, it's not always about fix the kids, right? It's about what are we doing as adults and how are we helping the adults? And so just something I would like to see as, as moving forward, what does that look like for our adults? How are we supporting them in, things that we know happen? There are things that come out and things that happen, and we know that everyone unfortunately does not have the same ideas and expectations of all of our children.
Right.
So I'm just wondering, how are we addressing that, and where is that reflected in the SIP plan? That's what I'm really wondering.
Mm-hmm.
Where would that be reflected, and is that a focus when you're talking to your principals? Is that a requirement that be a focus of your SIP plan?
So we had a couple of principals briefly share that in the systems of support section, where you look at what kinds of supports our students are needing. You break that down, and they spoke eloquently about looking at data, looking at all data, not just the academic data, but also some of the social emotional pieces. So we had principals speak to that. That's where you would find because from there, the principals and the school improvement team look at what kinds of PDs do we need to provide in order to meet the needs of those students that are not meeting standard.
Well, not just about meeting standards. So I saw social emotional learning. I did see that, but I didn't see, for example, disproportionality in discipline, and we know that happens sometimes via bias. So there's no talk about that. Again, it's not about necessarily what the students need. It's about how to address the disparities that exist that could be a result of adult behavior.
That's right.
That's what
right.
I'm concerned about, and that's what I'm talking about. So.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to repeat a comment that I was very impressed that I actually quickly read all the SIT programs, and I was just amazed at all the information that was in there. Trying to retain it all in my head was kind of mind-boggling with all the different schools. But I'm going to repeat something I said at the work session. These principals hold these schools together, and we are just really lucky to have some really top-notch principals, and it just makes all the difference in the world. And one of the things that jumped out on me on these school improvement teams is we really need parent engagement. We can't do this alone. And I'd like to see, as a community member, sat on Kent Meridian School Improvement Team for a long time, and I didn't even really know what I was doing there. And now I see how it all fits together. So I would like to see more people of different backgrounds on those teams to, even if they somehow encourage them, they probably don't even understand why they would be there, but to get them at the table. I keep asking the diverse community to come, but I'd like to see, I scanned through the community members, there wasn't a whole lot of them.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see a lot more diversity in those names. It's a way to get them engaged in the different schools. And I did like some of the parent engagement that they had beyond that, so that was great too. So
Thank you,
very much.
President Hamad. I'd like to reiterate, because I know Dr. Daniels, you weren't able to be there. There was an invite by our principals to come on out and join them at one of their school improvement teams meetings where you'll see them discussing data, talking about the needs. I also wanted to share, you saw 4 principals. There are a lot of principals out there, and you just got a little bit of a glimpse, so thank you very much.
Can I add one more thing?
Sure.
I just want to say, our work sessions are so powerful, and I've always been concerned with this over the years, that there are so many key things that people miss because they've missed the work session, but they may watch the video of the regular board meeting. So I don't know how we're going to do that. Should we get a recap at the beginning of a regular meeting? But our work sessions are really, really powerful, and I would really urge everybody to watch them because a lot of the questions that have come up over the years were a result of not watching the work sessions.
Right.
So I think it's really important to point that out because a lot of the answers I'm not talking about this work session. Previous things that people have brought forward with lawsuits and this and that is a result of not watching and paying attention to what happened at the work sessions. And so I just want to make that point.
Yeah, that's fair.
Thank you.
Just a healthy reminder, instead of catching a Netflix binge, you can binge watch our board meetings.
Right. Everybody's desire to have that on their binge watching. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are we ready to take a vote now? Any other questions? Okay. All those in favor of accepting of our school improvement plans signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
The motion, all those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion carries. All right, we're on to 6.02, resolution number 1577, final building commissioning reporting for Covington Elementary replacement. I'm sorry.
I make a motion
Oh,
that
it's not a-
I make a motion that we approve resolution number 1577, final building commissioning report for Covington Elementary replacement.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded to accept, or wait a minute. not accept, we want to approve, thank you, approve resolution number 1577, final building commissioning report for Covington Elementary replacement. All those in favor?
Discussion.
Discussion.
Is there any discussion?
Oh,
forgive
it's
me.
hard to do it over there.
Discussion. It is. I forget where I'm at.
I think it's a good thing that Maya's not sitting beside her.
Is there any discussion?
I think we talked about this at the last time we approved it, I feel like, correct?
We did not. This is actually something new.
Okay.
So what this process is, if you want to know, give you about a Reader's Digest version. So we hire a third-party representative to come out to our buildings once they're done, and they go through a very extensive commissioning detailed report. So anything that has to do with the HVAC systems, the heating and air conditioning systems, and with the controls and with our building management system, we want to make sure that everything is humming like a nice song, and we don't have hiccups and, like, you remember the, like when the record player, okay, I can get into that a long time. We don't want that. This gentleman has been doing this for a long time for us. He is somebody that we rely on heavily, especially for our big buildings. So big shout out to Welsh Commissioning, 476 pages. It took him about 7 months to do this from start to finish, with over 1,300 line items that he had to check off. So that's just another little thing in a nutshell that we do at capital planning.
I just have a quick question for my education. Do they carry insurance if something really major goes wrong that they missed?
Are you talking the contractor? Absolutely.
And this gentleman that goes through it to approve all this, I mean, does he have any?
He does. He's a consultant. He also carries a liability insurance while he is on the school grounds working, but the liability for everything always holds back to the contractor.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Make sure. Any other discussion? Okay. And we have a motion. All of those in favor of approving resolution number 1577, final building commission report for Covington Elementary replacement, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising their right hand. The motion carries. We're on to 6.03, inclusive education staffing contract, Blazerworks change order number 2. I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve inclusive education staffing contract, Blazerworks change order number 2.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve inclusive education staffing contract, Blazerworks change order number 2. Discussion. Anyone?
I'd like to know how we chose Blazerworks. We've been using them for a long time, and
Good evening, Board, President Hamada, Directors Dr. Watts and Ms. Howley. So Blazerworks was chosen back in 2018, I believe. And one of the reasons Blazerworks was selected, one was it was not a fee for service. They also work with multiple staffing agencies to help recruit all over the country hard to fill positions for special education.
so what does that mean, not a fee for service?
So they don't charge us for providing that service. We just provide the salaries for staff.
Okay, so let me get this straight. So they place people in our district and they get no compensation for that?
Well, I don't know what kind of contracts, the contractual side that they have with staff who decide to work with the staffing agencies. Again, they work with multiple staffing agencies, so they may charge them a fee, but that fee isn't passed on to us.
And then my other concern is student safety. So that's a big concern in our district to make sure that all students are safe, and what steps are taken to ensure that the agency staff are properly vetted for proper teaching credentials, and what steps are taken to ensure that agency staff go through rigorous background checks?
So we have our agent, BlazerWorks has a very detailed and mapped out process for steps that are taken. I can walk through step by step each of those items if you like, but it's a pretty extensive process, so I'll kind of just read through it from the list, if that's okay. So first thing is that they check resume, they do the reference verifications. They also go through the license verification process, and they also check for any violations or disciplinary actions that are taken against those employees. And they have to re-verify every 90 days. The background check is required to be done every 12 months and prior to the start of the school year. So a little bit different from every year that background check is redone for any of our agency staff. Do you want me to continue?
Yeah.
Okay. The background check must include all the counties the candidate has lived in over the last 7 years. We also verify Social Security numbers. We ensure that the FERPA guidelines are met. There are registry checks with OIG, SAM, the U.S. Treasury, National Sex Offender List. They also require a drug screen at the beginning of every new year. They follow the E-Verify results, and for nurses, there are additional requirements that are provided. They must have a CPR card. We also, on our side, we instituted the disclosure form that we have all employees sign upon hire. So we also kind of manage that with our agency hires as well. They review transcripts. They also do their own sort of fingerprinting, and Kent, I think we do require fingerprinting here for our agency staff. And then they also provide the watch background check.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just have one quick. I'm just curious why we don't use some local agencies. Why do we go clear across the country for? Just curious.
I'll be happy to answer that, President Hamada. We use local and cross-country. By using BlazerWorks, it minimizes our interaction with the multitude of agencies. We currently have one budget and staffing specialist in inclusive education, and if she were to field all the calls from all the agencies, it would be overwhelming. I was here in 04-05, and that was my first experience with agency staffing for our ESA positions, psychologists, speech-language pathologists, occupational therapists, and we were working with about 8 agencies at that time, and it was overwhelming in addition to the day-to-day responsibilities that we had. We currently work with over 20 agencies by working through BlazerWorks, and we're able to recruit not only locally but across country in just one point of contact.
So do they offer a special service that none of these others locally offer by the incorporation of all of them? Is that what you're saying?
The special,
I don't know what they do.
Yeah, the special service is the just one point of contact.
Okay.
It helps us to be very much efficient and effective in recruiting those agency staff.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Any further questions? All right. All those in favor of approving the inclusive education staffing contract BlazerWorks change order number 2, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, signify your right hand and say nay. The motion carries. We're on to 6.5. 6.4. Oops. Yeah, sorry about that. 6.4, Inclusive Education Out-of-District Change Order Academy School number 2. I will entertain a motion to approve that.
Move to approve agenda item 6.04, Inclusive Education Out-of-District Change Order Academy School number 2.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve inclusive education out of district change order Academy School number 2. Discussion.
So, any questions? I'm just trying to figure out, is this contract, I've looked at it and looked at it. Is this going to a new school? Is this student going to a new school, or is it just increasing services?
We have new students that will be attending the Academy School, so this is to increase the contract agreement with the Academy School to add new students.
Does this typically happen at the beginning of the school year?
This typically happens as a result of a student's individualized educational program. An IEP decision was determined that the student should be placed at the Academy School.
Questions?
I apologize, I don't remember the reasoning behind it, but why what is the distinction between the school and other programs?
So some services we're just not able to provide here in Kent. So the Academy School offers specialized services for students receiving services for autism, smaller class sizes that we're not able to replicate here in the Kent School District.
And no, I meant versus other programs, Academy School.
So when we look at program placement for students, we use the NPA list from OSPI, the non-public agency list, and we also look to see what the school specifications are, the services they offer, and how they align with the individual student's needs.
I have another question. And then how do we follow up with, we have a lot of outside placements. How do we follow up with these different schools and ensure that our students that we're responsible for are safe and getting an appropriate education?
Absolutely. So we have yearly IEP meetings with the schools. We receive monthly reporting on student progress. For those agencies, I believe we have one currently that we serve as an NPA sponsor, and we work closely with them to make sure that they are compliant with the requirements.
Do we ever go out and have site visits of these places to see what they're doing? I'm just curious.
Yes, I was actually at one just yesterday.
Okay. So you regularly do that? Are you?
At least once a month, I'm at one of our out-of-district placements, if not more frequently, and I've been to at least 6 of them in this year alone.
And then you sit on the sessions, or I'm just curious what you do?
IEP meetings, or we'll just go for a tour. If we're entertaining placing a student at a school, we typically bring the parents so that they have an opportunity as a member of the IEP team to tour the school and ask questions.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to vote? Okay. Where was I? All those in favor of approving inclusive education out of district change order, Academy School number 2, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion carries. We're on to 6.05, 2021 student calendar. Oh, we need a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the 2021 student calendar.
I second.
We have a motion on the floor, and it's been seconded to approve the 2021 student calendar. Discussion.
Because I always have questions?
No, because we go down the list.
I've been watching board meetings for a long time. I think I pretty much understand this one. And, yeah.
Are we ready to take a vote? Okay. All those in favor of approving 2021 student calendar, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion carries. We are on to consent agenda. Anybody want to pull anything from the consent agenda?
7.13 vouchers.
7.03 vouchers?
7.13 vouchers.
I also want to pull 7.04.
7.04. Any others? Okay.
I move that we approve the consent agenda minus 7.04 and 7.13.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda minus the ones that have been pulled, 7.04 and 7.13. Discussion.
So, do you want to start with?
7.04.
Am I the first one? Okay. So I'm looking at the January 30th.
So you've got a motion on the floor, so go ahead. There's no need for discussion
Okay.
on the consent agenda. You can just vote. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for helping me there. Okay. All those in favor of the agenda with the items pulled, 7.04 and 7.13, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. The motion carries. Discussion.
Okay.
7.04, I
Yes.
think, first.
I'm just looking at the minutes, and I'm noticing that I'm not listed on here as being excused or absent on the special meeting, which it's listed as a special meeting. I'm not sure, was it an exempt or?
I don't have it.
That's okay. Yeah, I didn't find myself on there at all, so.
Okay, so what are we saying we do with that?
So this won't be approved because it's not
Okay.
accurate.
No. What we can do is, you were there the 30th?
No, that's what I'm saying. I was,
What?
I was absent, but I'm not listed as being
Okay,
absent.
so what we could do is amend the minutes. We could approve them with the amended.
Okay.
I will add that.
Perfect. Okay. Awesome.
And are we doing that immediately? Forgive me, but I need help.
So I move that we approve 7.04, including the addition that Director Daniels was excused.
Is that a question? All right.
Yes.
No, I got a thumbs up.
Is there a second?
A second.
It has been moved and seconded that we approve 7.4 with the additions of excusing Vice President Daniels at that meeting, to
Because what'll
correct
happen-
that, to show the corrections. All those in favor? Signify by raising your right hand. Those
Aye.
and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your hand. The motion carries. All right, now we're up to 7.13.
Oh, I'm just pulling it because I'm still wondering about dropping in that line that has the totals and when that could take effect.
Thank you, Ben.
Good evening. So I'm here responding on behalf of Dr. Harmon, and I did prepare a document as of hearing about this yesterday, so I have something. In terms of doing it going forward, I'm going to defer to Dr. Harmon in terms of the format of that. There are certain ways that we can do this that are not a lot of work, and then there are other ways that would actually be some reprogramming. But at any rate, I have a sheet here that shows totals by vendor for this particular period. And I suppose I'd be willing to answer any questions that you had about those totals at this point.
Is that the easy way to achieve that? Without reprogramming, so like you could,
Yeah, so it's not particularly difficult to simply resort the report that you are currently receiving to show it by vendor. Currently, we show it sorted by object code.
Right.
Because that's intuitive for other reasons for different people, right? And more aligns with the way we account for things. To resort that by vendor is certainly, if that's what the board wants, we can do that. That's not a problem.
I don't think you're, so what I'm looking for is to understand how much we've paid each vendor per year.
Right. So, and what I'm telling you is that I have that amount per vendor for this period. I do not have it for the whole year.
Okay.
Okay. And so the mechanism by which we would sort kind of in a, I guess, kind of a cumulative way, right? So that if we were, like, it would reflect the amount for that board period plus all previous board periods.
Yes, because, we're responsible for oversight of the budget, all 5 of us here. And it's, we can set a budget, but where I feel like I have no insight is the vouchers, what's actually the checks that are actually written. And that's where I don't feel I have any insight or ability to provide any oversight.
I understand your input. I'm going to defer to Dr. Herman in terms of, I think she has some opinions on this, and I don't feel comfortable speaking on her behalf. But I am prepared to answer the specific question that was asked. I can either give this or whatever in terms of it shows sorts by vendor for this period.
Yeah.
And so I'm prepared to answer questions about that.
Go ahead.
Okay, I want to clarify that the object code, the way it was set up, that
Yes.
was intentional. I know I particularly wanted to see that by object
Yes.
code. So I don't think we're saying either or.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I hope.
No, I like it. I like it
Because
by
I do want to
object
see by
code.
object code.
Yes.
But then
I like it
we
by
want to
object
be
code.
able to see what each vendor
Year to
is
date.
getting.
Yeah, and that's, I'll just say in the moment here that that's easy to describe as we're talking. It's a little more complicated to execute that if you have vendors with expenses or payments in different objects, right? And so I have had at least one conversation with Dr. Harmon. I think she wants the opportunity to dialogue with the board about the resolution of this. I brought something just to show good faith that we are in fact trying to meet the need. But there is a little bit to this. There's a little bit more to this. And maybe I could leave it at that for the moment and let Dr. Harmon resume this.
Yeah, and I will say, in the past, it was in alphabetical order, and it didn't make any sense to me because it's just.
Yeah, there is a thinking behind the way that it was in terms of sorting it by type of expense. Because sometimes you'll group costs for a particular vendor, but that are dissimilar in nature.
I'm not asking for that to change. I like it the way it is.
Okay. So I guess I'll provide this to Karen, and I hope I've answered your question. I've tried in good faith.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion, I think, to accept approve the vouchers
I move that we approve 7.13 vouchers.
I'll second.
well, that's got to be too easy. All those in favor, raise your right hand, accepting the vouchers and say, approving the vouchers, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion carries. All right, we're down to communication. I'm going to ask for clarification from our legal counsel for the board. because we only have one communication card, and I feel so bad that we have one other community member that didn't understand totally that she was interrupting the meeting by bringing up her card. Could we possibly, from the floor, make an exception to that?
Yes, the board has the authority to do that.
I make a motion that we accept all comment cards from all speakers this evening.
We do have 9 o'clock meeting, and I'll remind everybody.
Yes.
I know.
We don't have to make a motion to.
We don't have to make a motion.
No motion would be necessary. You can go ahead and proceed as forward without a motion.
All right. JP Frame, only 2. Mr. Frank? Come to the microphone, please.
Good evening. My name is JP Frame, and I'm behavior interventionist at Kent Meridian High School. Excuse me. I want to take a moment to invite all of you to visit Kent Meridian High School to learn about what we've been doing in our school over the last 5 years to proactively address the issue of disproportionality regarding disciplinary action. Since 2014-15, we've been making changes to our office referral practices, and as a result, we've achieved the following results as of the end of the 2018-19 school year. The first category is gross referrals minus tardy truancy and FYI. The short version of that is to keep the data apples to apples, we had to pull out those 3 categories. So since the 2014-15 school year up to the last school year, 2018-19, we've seen a 79% reduction in gross referrals. We've had an 82% reduction in referrals for defiance, an 86% reduction in referrals for disruptive behaviors as categorized in Skyward. And then you combine the 2, because those are subjective, what one teacher would see as defiant, another teacher might see as disruptive. And that's an 84% reduction in overall referrals in the 2 categories combined. And cell phone and electronic referrals have been reduced by 92%. This is not to say that these behaviors have been eliminated at KM, but the way in which we manage the behaviors in the classroom has profoundly impacted and reduced the number of students who are receiving office referrals for low-level subjective behaviors such as the ones listed above. Our staff has worked very hard by taking on extra responsibilities and more thorough and standardized practices to gain these results. My concern is the way in which we are attempting to address the issue of disproportionality. I believe disproportionality is a genuine issue that should be addressed. But currently, it appears that the solution is to almost remove accountability entirely, which is no solution at all. I know this is not a mandate passed down by the Kent School District, but was derived by the state. I'm not here to place blame, but to shine light on the positive work we've been doing at Kent Meridian over the last 5+ years that is achieving consistent and lasting results. My hope is that we can come together and find a way to continue our positive trends with proportional student accountability. I often tell students in my office there's a difference between punishment and accountability. Punishment means I don't like you and I want to inflict pain upon you. Accountability means I care deeply about you and your future, and sometimes poor choices are made, which may require a level of accountability in the hopes that the behavior is corrected. I have 3 children and I love them dearly, and therefore, when the situation requires it, I hold them accountable because their future is so important to me. I believe our students should expect the same from their staff at their school. A caring environment in which there are reasonable expectations that lead to student success. Disproportionality is a real issue that needs to be addressed through staff training, the self-awareness derived from that training, and documentable practices implemented at a school-wide level. I believe that what we have developed at Kent Meridian High School is the right step toward developing such practices so they are fair to all students regardless of their cultural or racial background. So please, come and see the great things we're doing at my school so we may continue to work toward a fair and proportional system of accountability. And to kind of just go a little bit beyond that, when we started this practice, first year we were published in Washington Administrator, and I have literature if board members are interested. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Christine Hall.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. Obviously, this is my first time. My name is Christina Hall. I'm a ELL teacher at Cedar Heights Middle School. Currently, as a classroom teacher, I'm seeing a disconnect between the new state discipline mandates and what is communicated between the district and the administration within our buildings. There is a growing discontent within our teaching community because what is being communicated as laws or requirements is tying both the hands of the administrators as well as the teachers. Our goals in becoming educators is to be with our students and help them be our best selves. Unfortunately, we are not being able to do that due to disruption and defiance. There are questions surrounding discipline and safety for both students and staff. Assaults, defiance, fighting, verbal abuse are raising questions to whether or not discipline will be assigned, if it will continue, or if support will be provided. The lack of discipline or the perception of it breeds mistrust and frustration. I'm hearing more and more of teachers feeling uneasy or anxious before coming to work. This is a prime example of what lack of support can do. Kent's mission statement is to prepare students for the future. Until we hold students accountable for their actions, we are not preparing them for the future where they can be responsible and successful. If this disconnect between the classroom and the district and the state continue, we will lose great teachers and will be unable to retain or recruit new teachers. This problem has already started. We need to work to fix it now or watch qualified teachers leave our schools, and worse, watch our students leave our schools unprepared to face a future ill-prepared for accountability and adulthood. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public testimony. Are we going to do board reports? Okay, we're going to do board reports. Ms. Bowen.
The students aren't here, but I just wanted to tell the students that went to the legislative session, thank you for coming up and presenting. Also, this conference week for elementary school students, I had both of my daughters today, and I just wanted to recognize all the hard work that the teachers in elementary level put into preparing those and sitting with parents and answering a lot of questions.
I want to thank, they're not here, but the students that spoke, that went to the legislative session, amazing. The band that was here from Kent Lake, yes? Amazing. And that's why we do what we do. That's my passion, is making sure that all these students have a great education and they're safe getting a great education, and that all the teachers and principals in the schools and all of the school staff are safe and supported as well. I want to thank everyone that's here tonight. It didn't go till 11. You know, we represent you, and it's good to know what you're thinking. I'll continue to speak up and speak out. We had a budget session last week, and I know more than one of my board colleagues really expressed interest in hearing from the constituents about what is most important in their the schools in which their children attend. So I will continue to speak up, and it is my goal to keep requesting that opportunity for the constituents to participate in that process. My son and I attended the Fairwood Elementary STEAM Night, and we had a wonderful time. He's 15 and he didn't want to go with me, but I made him, and he actually participated, so that was good. And there were lots of amazing hands-on projects. The following night, I attended the State of the District event at Seuss Creek and enjoyed an immersive experience in science, robotics, and music. Some of us here on the dais made a robot and sang, and we did a science experiment. It was really awesome. I was honored to participate in the KPA graduation. I'm so proud of those students and all they've achieved. It's amazing, and to hear their stories, it was a really special experience. We had a board retreat on February 1st, and I felt it was a really important first step in all of us, 5 of us on the dais, and the superintendent, working towards all the things we have to do, like policies and reaching agreement or disagreement. Doesn't matter if you disagree on things, and just learning more about each other and how we approach and move forward in our roles and do this important work. On a serious note, after all the fun things I got to do, I am still struggling. I am still trying to understand the superintendent's process for becoming aware of changes in RCW and WAC, obviously, as you saw tonight. And I'm struggling with understanding what the process is for implemented changes and ensuring that KSD meets all our requirements and deadlines. And I don't want to be a rubber stamp. I want to get the information I need, and I'll be honest. I don't have a high level of trust right now. And, you know, words, the gap between words and action is where the distrust lies. And so that's why right now I still need to see documentation on things. So until such time as I feel the gap has been eliminated, you know, I was elected to stand up and represent constituents, and I was elected to, all of us were elected to represent our constituents. And so, you know, I believe our constituents, students, school staff, when they bring concerns like we heard tonight, it's our responsibility to take those seriously and to ask questions of the leadership in this district. So I will not remain silent so people can remain comfortable. I take seriously my responsibilities to protect and educate the students of the Kent School District and to make certain that tax dollars are used wisely. So thank you for your time. Thank you for being here.
I have a number of things I want to talk about, but I'll start out by saying first, I appreciate the State of the District Planning Committee. That was really informative, and I appreciate all that we learned at that STEAM event. I'd like to thank our educators, our KEA, for inviting me to Pizza and Politics. I learned a lot, and I'm going to talk about what communities' concerns are as of late. I want to thank Principal, oh gosh, I want to say Lyle, but our KPA graduation was just really fantastic, and thank you so much for coordinating that, and I appreciate all of our students there as well. Our Kent Meridian High School Honors Choir at Kent Meridian, High School Honors Choir at Kent Meridian was just absolutely fantastic, and it was just a great way of seeing the participation, and definitely the Kent Lake stood out because there were so few students, and so that really was bothersome to me to see that. But it's just great how the music educators are coming together to empower our students to kind of recruit and find more students for their programs. So I really appreciated that. I appreciated the board retreat, working with my fellow board members. And thank you for the legislative conference coordination to Melissa Laramie and Director Laramie, and also Faith Sisley for driving our students up there. And of course our students for being wonderfully eloquent. I have met with several community folks, including our educators, and so I have a number of things I want to just quickly highlight. Some of the things that came up with our conversations with communities of color, the family engagement, PASA, we are grossly lacking, and it's very important that that comes back. They wanted to see more of the communities of color employees serving as liaisons in our district, so that our kids can see people who look like them. Highly capable programs, we need to have more equitable way of understanding that process. Is very important to our families. And thinking about how to better partner with Green River, our community colleges, because there are programs that the kids want the parents want their kids to stay local and not have to travel to UW and other places. So a partnership with our local colleges was important. Interpretation, that's done with Fidelity. Implicit bias training done across our district, not just in pockets, and done with Fidelity as well. And it's good to have a process to express ideas and concerns and understand the role of our Title IX officer, because when people do have concerns with their teachers, staff, they don't really know what direction to take next. And so that was very important to them. And then we had some discussions with the educators, and there were discussions about the social emotional learning in our K through 3 program, and class size, very important that all classes are at maximum right now, and they question the high fund balance, and of course that's a conversation we have to have, but moving forward, that's going to be a concern that it'll be brought up. Needing more materials and supplies for the curriculum. And then also the paras, how do we support them? How do we fill the positions that are open, that they only get a few hours? Why are we not working with them efficiently? Restorative justice needs to be done with Fidelity, and some of the schools have additional behavioral intervention specialists, Neely O'Brien, for example. So why is it that we are not really reviewing the other areas in our district? So those were some of the things, and then there were some Senate bills that were discussed where we could partner with our educators, and Senate Bill 6066, talking about ethnic studies, was one of them. And then there was also concern about our 6th graders moving to middle schools, and when that discussion, if that discussion is going to happen with the boundaries. So I'm sorry, that's a long list, but there have been a lot of conversation of late, so just wanted to synthesize. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So first I want to start off by thanking everybody for being here and for watching, and I am thrilled that we started off with students, because I've been wanting that for a very long time. I think it's a really good reminder of why we're here and who we're here for. So unfortunately, my work schedule, this is a really busy time for me, so I've missed a couple of work sessions, and I haven't been able to attend some of the events, but I have attended some. So I was able to go to the Honor Choir concert as well. It was wonderful, as usual. My daughter is one of the members in the choir, but it was fantastic. I also was excited about Kent Lake being there. So great students. The conductor had wonderful things to say about our students and their passion and their behavior and how quickly they picked up the 5 songs that they did. So really, really great concert. I always look forward to that. I also had an opportunity, so I'm a sports mom for those. I'm actually in particular a football mom, but I'm a sports mom. And so I had the opportunity to go to the signing at Kentwood High School. And I think it's pretty amazing. So 10 of the 13 seniors have offers to play football in college. That's pretty amazing. That doesn't happen that often. And so I'm blessed that my son is one of them. But it was just wonderful to see. A couple of them were like Ivy League schools. Like these kids have a 3.8. It's just amazing what's happening with our student athletes. And I think that is, again, a testament to the coaches and staff that work with them and that support them. And again, it's about, in my opinion, we're raising whole people, right? So academics is extremely important, but so is, team building and working with people and all of those things that you learn in those activities. So I'm really, really excited about that and really happy for those students. I'm sure there are a lot more of those stories, and I would like to hear more about them. I think it's something that we should highlight because it is important. We've got kids going to college and it's getting paid for lots of different reasons. So I think that's something that needs to be highlighted. And I also am very excited about the trend of the votes. It's interesting, one of the things I say is, the loudest are not always representative of the majority, and so we see that because we have a lot of support in our district. I appreciate the support. We hear from people that others may not hear from, but we know that our community wants to do what's right for our kids. And so we really appreciate that. So thank you so much for supporting our students as we continue to move forward. So again, thank you for coming. Have a wonderful evening.
I'm sure you're all tired and asleep by now. I just want to thank you all for being here. This week, and this is on my Facebook page, Leslie for Kids. I visited the Somali community. I attended Covington Elementary Martin Luther King Assembly and visited with Principal Sharita Williams. I attended the Kent Area Council PTSA meeting. I visited classrooms at Neely O'Brien Elementary and had conversations with 2 educators. I attended the Kent Phoenix Academy winter graduation, which was a highlight for me. I've done a lot of, for 6 years, I mentored in that building. I know the barriers of those kids that were going across that stage, and it just brought tears almost to my eyes because I know it's twice as hard for them. I attended the WASBO, and whatever else, a legislative session, including a breakout on equity and inclusion and special education. And my day in Olympia started at 10:30, so I was out of here at 9 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday. I did miss my church. I was kind of a little bummed by that. Anyway, attended the legislative day on the Hill with the 2 Kentwood students at the Capitol. I want you to know that Representative Pat Sullivan took Zachary onto the floor of the representatives. He was so impressed with him, and he took pictures of him on the floor. And if you want to see this kid's face light up when he actually got to walk onto the floor where they're making bills, it was just overwhelming. And the young lady, David, when she went into Mona Doss, Senator Mona Doss's office, and saw a woman that kind of resembled her, her eyes lit up. I mean, Mona's always bouncing off the wall about things, but if anything else, I saw this young lady's eyes light up that she saw a woman in a position of authority that looked like her, and I saw that. I visited the classroom at Panther Lake Elementary, which Boeing was partnering there, and they put on a great scientific experiment with all the kids and watched them all go for it, and had a brief conversation with Principal Pamela Bogson there. And that's kind of basically what I do. I like to be in the schools more. I learn more by being there. And I just want to conclude with this quick quote that I gave to the Kent Reporter on my own personal quote. I was asked for a quote. I'm excited to see early returns in support of the levy. I'm optimistic that results will continue to trend in the right direction to support our students, family, and educators in Kent. I'd like to thank the voters for their renewed confidence in the district. The board will ensure your tax dollars are spent wisely as you intended and is in the best interest of our kids. So I do believe that is going to pass. It was pretty good tonight. It's a pretty good trend. I don't think we're going to have any surprises. And go in to some of your science classes. Build one of these robots. It's funner than heck because that's what we got to do at the State of the City address. Thank you. It actually vibrates. And we are adjourned to go into executive session. Joe, go.
Yes, we have to sign. We always have to sign set.
I remember. Conference week. Signature.
Is it?
I can't believe it.
That's okay. You can't do that. That's the most important. Thank you.